Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Okay, we're here in Arizona, and I'm going to walk you through the wellness center where we're at right now. So you walk through the door, and this is the first desk. And we walk into the seating area. So we're going to have the TV. It will rotate pictures. A lot of them will have various quotes and such on them, mostly Keshe type quotes. So that'll be rotating pictures, a new picture every 10 minutes. And this is another nurse practitioner space. That door will be used only for emergency exits. We'll come through the other door. And come around. Well, one planet, one nation, one race. Then we come over here. This will be what I call a doctor's office, where we'll have sandblasted stripes around the glass office. If you want to have a banana before you enter, you can. Rubber, of course. And you can kind of see here's the dome. I got it on a soft blue light right now. And there's the professor watches over everything. And over here, these are movable, so we'll move them to areas that we want. This would be kind of like a conference table in the meeting room, or in the center area. Back here in the corner will be employee lunchroom. Here we have another picture. The two restrooms, water fountain, and then you come out. And of course this center area would be where all of the pods are. Universal enhancement systems, material enhancement systems. They basically go in a big round circle.
And welcome each and all. Greetings. to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for November 24th, 2024. Well, we just saw the Arizona Wellness Center that was prepared probably 5 years ago, and unfortunately, John passed last Thursday. And so, as Mr. Keshe said, he was quite a visionary. He had that center ready in, I believe, 2020 is what the YouTube video was uploaded. So he must have worked on that a couple of years before, showing that he was so dedicated. As Mr. Keshe said, John Bliven dedicated his life to the foundation, and he was the CEO of Mark Ray Corporation and a lot of other testing. And we'll take a look at some of John's testing today. I think we're going to, in a way, dedicate the program to John or in his memory. But again, every end is a new beginning. John has started a new life in a new dimension, which I don't think we're that far behind him. I don't know 100%, but as Mr. Keshe explained to us, only the Creator and Mitra have never gone through this process of death, or there really is no death, but moving into another dimension. And this is the way we have to go to either transmute ourselves into something else, create another universe, depending on what level you are and how much perhaps you've banked forward. But John, I think he banked a lot forward, as he was so dedicated to seeing this technology through and getting things moving in a way. Did much testing, consulted with Mr. Keshe on a regular basis. So I think he was being advised, maybe more than we are in our experiments. And we'll take a look at some of John's work today. We want to thank you, John, for all your service to all the communities and what this technology meant to you, which to me, it looked like it meant everything to him. He went out, extended himself, ordered many of the universal units, had a sender prepared, was supposed to receive about a dozen head units, I think. Some of them were going to be dedicated to the post-traumatic stress syndrome, that military people. But at that point in time, I don't think Mr. Keshe received the confirmation from American authorities that none of this equipment would be tampered with, so it sort of got delayed again. But John was certainly instrumental in much work that went on in the background of the Keshe Foundation. And as Mr. Keshe said, much of this work that he's done will never come into the public. It'll remain in the archives of the Keshe Foundation. Again, John, thank you all. Thank you for your service to the community and all that you've shared with all of us and inspired all of us. Anyone want to say anything at this point about John? I know it was very sudden. We didn't realize, but apparently he was dealing with some issues of health in the background, trying to resolve those. And we'll play what Mr. Keshe said at the end. It's about 14 minutes, so I thought we'd close with that today. But in the meantime, anything anyone want to say about John or anything like that till we go to the World Peace Treaty next? Okay, let's cover our World Peace Treaty if we can. And of course, John was a very peaceful and humble individual. I always sensed that by the way he spoke and the way he just talked, and he didn't have any sort of chip on his shoulder. I think he realized that there's so much more to understand about this technology. But again, he was working with a master or the professor, as he said. But the center was beautiful. We were all hoping to meet him and interact with him. But that just didn't happen on this dimension at this time. But as we know, we can connect through the soul, connect through the dream, or perhaps when we leave, we're going to have someone else working on the other side. There's many working on the other side. We've just lost 2 Johns in about the last 5 weeks or so. So it's been quite a blow to the foundation, both very instrumental in their own particular way. And hopefully we'll meet in the future on the energy dimension. Or perhaps we'll even visit their universes if they're ready. Or perhaps even contribute fields to make that all possible. But again, thank you, John, for your service to all communities. This is our World Peace Treaty, which you can find at the Keshe Foundation website. It's part of the ethos, in a way, of the Keshe Foundation. We're introducing a new science, a new ethos, and a new language, and this is part of the ethos. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? I'll read it. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war, or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our nation, with our territory, with our council, with our religion, with our city, with our town, with our body, and with our soul. Up to you to decide. Simply put your name and signature, date, position held on behalf of, and then have it witnessed. And probably one of the more important things about this treaty, after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And of course, we can see the position that the world is in, as Mr. Keshe said in the workshop, that the hands are on midnight. We're just waiting for the bell to ring to confirm it. So this is how close we are and going totally opposite direction of the World Peace Treaty. But what's been promised will be delivered, whether it has to go the hard way or the easy way. Either way, it will be delivered and seen through, and this planet will join the universal family, as John already has. So we have a great advocate, many great advocates on the other side, I'm sure. There's been a number of knowledge seekers we lost, and again, they're not lost, and a number of knowledge seekers that have moved on that we probably even never knew their name or that they even were involved with the Keshe Foundation, as there's so many people in so many different places, from space agencies to government officials to advisors of presidents. And of course, all the presidents know about the Keshe Foundation. So there are many, many people involved in this foundation. And as Mr. Keshe said, we're all carrying a very small piece of this very large carpet. And John, we thank you for all the work and the effort and the load that you carried. And I don't know any of the details of it, for the Keshe Foundation, trying to see this technology through and to bring the peace. So I thought we would, rather than go to the 565 at this point, I thought we'd just see some of John's work. Alex, I know they were talking about pH in a couple of these examples, and he was building the spaceship. I think this was before Mr. Keshe actually canceled the physical spaceship program, but he was certainly there. Mr. Keshe said he's very close to seeing these lights shimmering and the shape of the field starting to take place. And maybe we can just take a look at that, and if you'd like to add anything in. But he had quite an extensive research lab, and you'll hear more about it here. Let me just share this, this video, and we'll stay here. Feel free to stop it, but he really delved in. You can see all the magravs in the background and the rest, but let's let the video speak for itself. But again, John, we need to celebrate your life, not your death. And you've certainly, in the last 8 years of being in and around the Keshe Foundation, have contributed tremendously. And of course, Mr. Keshe said this will take us a while to get over this. This is quite a big blow to the foundation in so many ways. But I'm sure John is, again, working as an ambassador on the other side, in a way, an advanced guard to sort of help to bring us together. And both Johns are doing that, and probably Sandor and Neil and everyone else who's passed along the way. But yes, it was shocking to me to see what a beautiful knowledge seeker. But as Mr. Keshe said, when the soul has gathered the fields it needs, even with a couple that are married 50 years, happily married, when that one soul is ready to depart, it leaves. So I think this is, in a way, what happened to John, but I don't know all the details. but apparently the soul could have repositioned things if it wanted to, but I don't understand the whole thing of exactly why and how. But we know that John is now in a, and as Mr. Keshe continually indicated to us, if you knew how beautiful it was, you may try to get there in a not a proper way, let's say. Or he said you may try to kill yourself if you knew how beautiful it was. Well, John's experiencing that now, I'm sure, the beauty of the balance of the fields of the existence. Thank you again, John. And let's see some of John's work. If you'd like to comment, this is, I think, again, back from 2018, and he was putting together some reactors, did a lot of experiments, and we haven't probably seen half of them. And as Mr. Keshe said, many of them will stay not in the public, but within the archives, in a way, of the Keshe Foundation. So let's hear. He used to interact in many of these workshops and show us his work and ask questions of Mr. Keshe, even though he was talking to Mr. Keshe on a regular basis as well. But this was for, in a way, our enlightenment or enhancement.
John, are you there in the background? Or can you share?
I'm here.
Hi, John.
Hi.
Would you like to tell us your progress in the past week or so?
So one of the things that we believe is that there's kind of many different ways to achieve a similar or different results, all of them leading to different versions of space travel. So we've been testing a number of different types of configurations. Some of them may be a little bit more off the beaten path, but nonetheless, they all kind of bring us to an understanding. So I sent a couple videos to Vince there, if you want to go ahead and show them. This is the one of the ones that we have going in the front office area, or the foyer. I believe it now, we've reconfigured it to where we've kind of gone back to our original understandings, but we've strengthened the fields both in the bottom and the top. So go ahead and play that one.
Sound is missing.
Strengthen the fields both in the bottom and the top. So go ahead and play that one. Here in Arizona, and we have this configuration of our spacecraft going again. We have very heavy gravitational fields on the bottom, and on the bottom reactors I put the GANs of the fingernails in my fingernail GANs, and on the top reactor is very heavy magnetical. The bottom is spinning anti-clockwise and the top is spinning clockwise. The fields that it's generating, again, we're back to where we have the heat. The heat is about, you can feel the field right about there. It's very warm, right about there, if you can see. We've tilted these reactors in the bottom ever so slightly. We tilted them inwards. Right now they're sitting, all of them are sitting at a 4.5 degree angle to the inside. And we're trying that out to see if by tilting them a little bit, if we can't get the direction changed. Right now it seems to be working pretty good in that field. On the top, it's about the heat is like right there, maybe a foot off of it. So that's been running now for half a day, and we'll let it continue to run.
We'll see a few videos.
What temperature difference do you say, John, that is compared with surrounding?
It was noticeable. I'm going to say there's probably a 5-degree difference in the temperature once you move in that range. We got some measuring devices. We're going to quantify it better later on. Right now, we can only sense it with our fingers.
Okay, can we see the second video, please?
Yes, this is the second one.
Here in Arizona, this is our I'll call it our original spaceship configuration with the ceramic balls. Again, we have the heavy gravitational on the bottom and the heavy magnetic on the top. Same spinning. This one's spinning clockwise and the bottom is spinning anti-clockwise. And you can see we have the 3 sheets of metal, except we have the titanium plate underneath there, the copper plate there, and the aluminum plate up there. Again, the fields of the energy, you can feel them now. They're stronger than they were before, and they're very definite that you can feel them. About right there is about the is where you feel the heat, and on the top it's about right there. So it's pretty similar to the other one because they both have the similar mixtures. This one we have it on a scale, so we're watching the any change in the weight. We haven't noticed any change yet, but we're watching that also.
So again, John was working on what Mr. Keshe said he was going to show this November in Iran, but that conference didn't work out. But John was, again, on the same path. Let's continue here. And feel free to ask a question or make a comment. This is John's work, and we thought we'd highlight it in a way. There's a couple other videos we'll see as well. A couple different styles of things they were working on, but there's many, and this is around 225.
So now this one is our motorless version. We're here in Arizona, and we have our motorless spacecraft, and we're hooked up to a plasma generator through the electrical lines. And what's strange is that the field almost has a pyramid type shape to it when we measure it with our beeper. And it kind of comes out like a pyramid. And then on the top you can see it's so we've ignited it and we're letting it go. We had a little problem where we had to switch some of the balls around, especially on the bottom, the hydrogen balls, the gravitational balls, because they were leaking. You can see where they leaked in the past. But other than that, it's running and we're monitoring it.
Here's another video. Mr. Keshe will comment shortly on this.
This is a different configuration that David in our group is working on. Okay, we're here in Arizona, and David's going to show you what he's been up to. David, go ahead and explain what it is that you're doing.
I found these pots, flower pots, from copper flower pots from Mexico.
and I thought it was a nice idea to enclose the fields of the experiments we're doing here. And as you see, I'm kind of making a similar to the spacecraft, how we see them. The top part has a reactor that is...
Turn it around on the inside.
In the inside, you can see here, we have a reactor right there.
And you have this...
And we have a coil here, two coils. One coil that is loop around, and we have also some magnetite ring on top of the ring. That will be the magnetical part of the spacecraft.
Okay, when you say magnetite, what are you talking about?
Magnetite is black sand that has been...
Where did you put the black sand at?
Coated is in this ring.
So you put that inside that white ring?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's magnetite nano-coated. That is going to pick up the fields, the magnetic
fields. So you
fields.
got GaNs and magnetite in there, both, okay?
Yeah. And in the other one, it's going to have
so
another
then the other half.
It's going to have another coil in the bottom section. This coil also is going to have this ring is going to have a coil, a small coil in the center with gravitational GaNs. All these are going to be gravitational GaNs, and they're going to sit...
And you used aluminum plate here.
That's zinc. It's a zinc plate that we're going to put here.
And the plastic plate.
And
then that's going to go on the top.
That's how it's going to set, and we're going to put the battery.
So hold the whole thing up. So that's what it's going to look like.
And the fields are going to be enclosed completely. We're still in the process of nano-coating, but it's going to be part...
What are you going to nano-coat? What part are you going to nano-coat?
The inside. I want to nano-coat the inside
Inside
part.
only?
Yeah, the inside part only.
Okay.
And from there, and then we're going to start loading with the different GaNs, similar to what we are doing in the other reactors.
And as Mr. Keshe said, John used to jump through these magrevs. In a couple of these videos, in and around this area, you'll find the setup, and he was lighting a light with the fields, I believe, and a number of other things. But he was extensively, more than I realized, continually testing. Look at the size of this lab, and so many. We see all these magrevs here on the table, and probably a number of things, ganses and different things, and with assistance too. So he was working quite hard. I think these gentlemen were making some products when they were selling them. I bought a magrev coils, unnano-coated, of course, from John, and a few other things, a small GaNs, dried GaNs, and so on. But yeah, he was extensively involved in this work. This is a huge laboratory, and he was talking to Mr. Keshe on a very regular basis, and he was very close, as you'll hear.
And from there, and then we're going to start loading with the different GaNs, similar to what we are doing in the other reactors.
Okay.
And we're going to activate. That's the first prototype. I have 2 more prototypes that I'm working, but this is going to be the first one that we're going to try.
Let's take a look at the other stuff. We'll stop this one.
All right, first.
Okay, we're here in Arizona, and David's going to explain his other project that he has going on.
This is the other prototype that I'm working with the zinc copper plates that I got from Mexico. You can see a reactor in the bottom part, and I have 3 more reactors inside and 1 at the top. I have 5 reactors here.
So it's 5 reactor setup.
Yeah.
And open it up so you see the inside.
We have the balls that we're going to be loading with the
ceramic balls. Okay.
Ceramic balls. They're going to be loaded with the GaNs too. We have a plate.
A zinc plate.
A zinc plate that we're going to put in this section before we close them. And we're hoping to put also one of the plastic.
Okay, and what's this setup? What is this deal over here?
This setup is going to be also a way to use in one of the other reactors, like this one. It's like enclosing.
Don't put it over there. Don't put it over there.
It's going to be a way to enclose the fields too.
Okay.
It's going to be nano-coated in the inside.
Okay. Where was your device for making materials? Is that going to be this device?
Yeah, this is for the because it has all the cans here.
So you're planning on putting what, food cans in there?
I'm planning to put all the food cans and all the it will be almost like a food creator, you know, replicator.
Like, so it'll have all the different elements to pick from.
Yeah, it's going to be almost like the central feeding unit.
Okay.
Almost a replicator. That's an idea, you know, that I'm working with. I'm going to start creating all the food cans and activating
And the material
all
cans
the
too?
inside of those reactors is going to be all for material creation, you know. But at the same time, it can be, you know, the area of spacecraft that can create the food, you know. It's almost like a central part of the...
Okay, nice.
so
Okay,
It's just, you know, some idea to play with.
all right. Arizona. And so those are some of the things that we're working on right now.
John, if you go back to the second video where you have the cores and when you can feel the heat, where you
Spaceship
stronger heat from
configuration.
before. How much stronger is it compared to last week? Yeah, this configuration.
So last time we could feel energy, but now we feel a significant amount of heat with this new version. It's now much more like heat versus just energy.
So you have brought it one step down. So in a way, if you can step it another step down, you should be able to see the lights. And you should be seeing what we call the shimmering lights.
So he appeared to be very close to what Mr. Keshe said he would show in Iran, which they would open the suitcase and you'd see like steam or the interaction of fields coming off of there and the creation of the spaceship. And this is what John was working on at that time. And again, this is 6 years ago or 5.5.
This morning I asked you how you achieve this. The heat is on the equator. Is strong apparently on the equator, which explains it. That's where these balls contain gases from original time when they were filled up. Gas water, some of it. So at that point, the fields coming from the top breaks down and goes towards the base. So there is a conflict of the fields which are coming from down up as well. And the heat, which fields are presumed stronger on the equator line, is due to the interaction of the two fields from the top and the bottom, which they come together. This is what we see on planetary system. On the equator, there is always warmer. This is not that the equator is closer to the sun, as was been presumed before. It's from the interaction of the two fields, which run the system directly inside internally, but the sun has, because of its diameter, has some influence on it. But now with this system, as John can tell you, the most of the heat sits on around the green belt area, if I'm correct. Am I right?
That's correct.
Yeah. So this is the interaction of the two fields coming from the bottom and from the top, and with the field of the balls bending towards each other, is pulling them. So now the next step for John is to convert the fields into action. What is got to be achieved if what the next step will be is that the fields from here have to come. Let me thicken it that you can see it. The fields from here have to come down, and the field which is closest to it will come this way second. Then the dynamic field between these, as it gets pulled up in the rotational vortex, if you look at it, creates the third field, which at that point we start seeing tangibility. We start seeing shimmers. So we have the field interaction between all three, which now starts changing gradually from heat as the power is increased. You got to remember this system has one efficiency, which is this central column. Now if John changes the bases of this reactors again to an angle towards the center, they've done 4.5 degrees, usually is between 11.2 to 19.8, something in that region. It gives the best value conversion of the lights. Something about 11 degrees to 19.2 degrees, 19.7 degrees. We see the total conversion in some system depending on the loading. So what you have in an angle with your reactors, if you bend it a bit more forward, you'll find that the concentration goes up, if it's correct, depending on loading. And that's why here, originally we always said in all the operation to keep this center path open. It is hollow center this, am I correct?
We have a bearing in there to spin the motors, but other than that, it's open.
On the top?
Right where the copper plate is a bearing to hold the ball to be able to spin.
Yeah. If you keep this passage open, you'll find out you start getting more effect. There is a small correction which Aaron has already done. If you look, there is a power unit here. This power unit, when it's moved down, allows more energies to be balanced out. Because in this path of fields, there should be nothing. So now that we changed winds to heat, now now we have to adjust. I've explained to John how to adjust the motors, the 3 cores and all the cores to start achieving to see the shimmer. So Arizona is on the way to the right path, as I said last week. If they stop playing, they start moving the right way. Now what do you call it? They are in that direction. There are certain things which we have advised them to carry out. If they do, then you see other results. The problem with these sets is it will not show sudden move. It's on the wrong grid. You have to change your base to a solid base. You set it on a grid as well, noticed it. Because it starts vibrating. When it starts shaking and vibrating, it can fall off. You have to secure the system. And you have to put a plate that it doesn't fall through the holes if it has got a possibility to go through. And by moving that battery unit to feed the motor to a lower level next to the other blue one, you increase the possibility of the work.
And again, beautiful work, a lot of time and effort put into all of this, and we're just showing the world, in a way, a small percentage of what John was doing. We're going to continue with this, but I was thinking of Alex as well, because Mr. Keshe was talking about this acid and alkaline. Maybe we can listen for that, and I don't know if you want to make a comment on it, Alex, but again, using these in quite a 1,200 to 1, 2,500 to 1, but let's hear a little bit more. But we're just showing us a very, very small percentage of the work that John was involved in.
So we are in the right direction. What they're going to do next week, hopefully, when we see They will show us the heat difference. We can actually see, observe heat variation. There is one thing which we always have to notice and is important, and this is what we always said in the agricultural side: the fields does not end here. These fields expand beyond the solar system because they are plasmatic. It also has to decide, and it's spherical. So it has a lot of application, and by strengthening the central column fields, we can dictate the boundary of the craft from now on. Because when this spreads out and doesn't break here, if it spreads out, breaks here, it gives you a meter. You can create a total sphere out of this system that they become the center, and then you create a craft on the boundary. This has been done. Single reactor solidification has been achieved.
Go right ahead.
If maybe Alex can also touch to this. When it says the field extend out, it becomes a mitra. Is that what it says?
No, it extends out into the solar system, I think, right across.
No, can you repeat it? He said if
these
the
are
field extend
plasmatic.
out.
Go ahead.
If you can repeat that, it says if the field expanded out, it becomes a mitra.
Okay. Let's hear it again.
They will show us the heat difference. We can actually see, observe heat variation. There is one thing which we always have to notice and is important, and this is what we always said in the agricultural side: the fields does not end here. These fields expand beyond the solar system because they are plasmatic.
Fields expand beyond the solar system because they're plasmatic.
Yeah, still go.
Yeah.
It also has to decide, and it's spherical. So it has a lot of application, and by strengthening the central column fields, we can dictate the boundary of the craft from now on. Because when this spreads out and doesn't break here, if it spreads out, breaks here, it gives you a meter.
It gives you a meter size craft. If it breaks here, you probably have 2 meter size craft, and so on and so forth.
Okay.
Yeah, he was saying the size of the craft that you're going to. And as we know, there's no hangars in the universe. It's built by the interaction of fields, because some of these ships are as big as the Earth, so you can't possibly have a hangar. But John was on it. You'll hear more.
You can create a total sphere out of this system that they become the center, and then you create a craft on the boundary. This has been done. Single reactor solidification has been achieved before, but it's very hard to maintain. It's vulnerable to environmental field strength, especially in the free zone space, magnetic field. But this is what we see. This is what is just about to come up, and it's beautiful to see Arizona back on track, and slowly everything is coming together. If they keep on this track, they will see what you call, they start seeing the variation in the fields, and if it's kept on track, maybe they're about 4 to 6 weeks away from solidification. If they keep everything, do not get diverted. And there are a couple of fuels which needs to be considered. It's not here. And there's a couple of positions which has to be considered, which is not here. And these are what I call the golden key to the Rolls Royce, which is in the pocket.
he said the golden key to the Rolls Royce, which is in the pocket. And I know John got a bit frustrated, and he was trying to get the fields to bend down. Mr. Keshe was talking about this aluminum thing, but then he told John, we haven't given you all the keys yet. That's why you're not achieving it. But again, he said they were very close, 4 to 6 weeks away from seeing the solidification of the fields. In other words, fields actually manifesting a matter state craft. So this is how close John was. And maybe he's achieved it, and we just didn't see it in the public domain. As Mr. Keshe said, most of the things in the Keshe Foundation are kept in the background. But we continue. I think he's coming up on this acid and alkaline, Alex, which maybe you can address, because I know you've spent a lot of time. Anyone else? Any thoughts here, or we continue?
There is something in your talks you continuously repeat. It's good to explain to our knowledge seekers, if you can enlighten us, John. You carry on explaining that you have heavily magnetically and heavily gravitationally rotate the cores. Can you explain what you mean by heavily gravitational and heavily magnetical, please?
Okay, so with the gravitational, heavy gravitational fields, what we've done is we've loaded hydrogen GaNs on the outside, which by mass ratio is substantially more than the tritium, which we put on the inside, or the number 2 ball with an empty center ball. So what we're doing is we're pulling the fields in, if you will. And we've also paid a lot of attention to the pH of the material that we're using. So we've, the pH scale on the tritium that we're using is at 1.7, and the hydrogen that we're using is up at 13.1. So we have a very strong gravitational pull on the bottom cores. All 3 of them are similar in that effect. On the top core, it's much more magnetical in nature. And what we've done is we've taken the tritium and we put it on the outside core, and we've used by mass ratio substantially more tritium, like 128 to 1, in comparison to a very small amount of hydrogen that we put in the number 2 ball. Again, both our hydrogen and tritium have the pH difference such that there's a substantial gradient. So the fields on the top are radiating out, and the fields on the bottom are pulling inward.
Can I ask a question? Can I explain more? The way you achieved high pH.
Yes.
Can you explain how you achieved high pH?
Okay, so what we did with the tritium is we mixed some dry tritium with small amount of water, and first we started, the dry tritium that we're using is, I'll call it a 1-wash tritium, so it's I'll call it stronger in nature. And then we add a little bit of water, and then we put it in a reactor, and we add some citric acid, and we measure the field, the amount of pH, and we push it down to about 1.7, I think, is what we had. And then we put it in a reactor, and we put it out in the sun. And it's our thinking that when we put it out in the sun, because they're magnetical fields, that what we're doing is we're pulling the energy fields from the sun into the tritium. So it's like an energized from the sun. In Arizona, our sun is very strong. So when we put it out in the sun for an hour, it seems like the consistency of the material changes to where it's rather than being orange in color, it's yellow and yellow-black in color for the most part. The amount of citric acid that we have in there is not overwhelming. It only takes maybe a spoonful per reactor, or maybe less. And then with the hydrogen, what we do is we use potassium hydroxide to move the hydrogen GANs up. And again, what we're doing is we're taking dried hydrogen GANs, adding a little bit of water, and adding a little bit of potassium hydroxide until we reach a level of about into the 13s. We're at about 13.1. I'm not saying that that's the best way. We've also been testing other ways to move the pH of the material up substantially and down substantially. And when that other way comes, maybe our material will be even better. But for right now, it seems to have that gradient difference that's allowing the fields to be strong again. When we had the small gradient difference of approximately 7 for the tritium, which is what our normal tritium runs, and then about 9.2 for the hydrogen, there wasn't the strength of the two fields didn't appear to I'll say move the meter as much.
Yeah, if you remember about a few months ago when we were talking, I explained to you when you achieve 14 to 2 or 14 or 1.5 to 2, you will start reaching the point where you can create fields for for lift. So you managed to achieve around about 13.1 and 1.7, which is more or less 6 or 7 times. Is there another point which you have to now consider to increase this power? Is to increase the ratio. I discussed this before. You have to increase this ratio outside to inside to run about 1,200 to 1. It'll take you time to achieve it. The gradient plus the pH will give you a stronger field for interaction and creation of the shimmer and solidification. So if you build it up, you're going to 128 to go to 256, and then the same ratio up. Around about 1,000 to 2,500 ratio is very much like 2,500 RPM. And so you should be able to start seeing stronger fields with the same. If you can still push the pH up or down, it'll give you a more factor of order of magnitude. So you start seeing higher and stronger fields. There are a couple of things still missing in this structure. So when you come to it, then you will see you need the rotation of the balls inside, because most of your tests at the moment are non-rotational balls. And these balls, when they rotate, see if they increase the bending and the temperature. Use a mercury thermometer, not a beam thermometer, and then you will see the temperature difference. And then you can go to the next step, and you're not very far, but the next step for you to increase the pressure is change in the density. Now it becomes order of magnitude, or pH, and order of load, the load ratio. What is your load ratio at the bottom? Is it still 128 to 1?
No, on the bottom we have 48 to 2 or 24 to 1.
You got to increase that too. That the fields can go upwards or stronger.
Okay.
And we discussed this morning how to test for the fields, and then you should be on your track. Anything else you would like to share with us?
No, that's it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and thank you to your team. It's fantastic. When I saw that brass dome, it reminded me of we made that with a plant pot in the Desenzano. It's somewhere the plant pot. So this is on the same kind of track, but it's totally different. But it's fantastic to see new ideas and new ways. Thank you very much to you and your team. Is there anybody who wants to ask any question from John?
He didn't get a lot of questions, or I think one from Dr. Gatwa. But Alex, perhaps you have more of an insight on this pH and what was going on here than some of us do. Would you share with us what you picked up?
Well, in terms of singularity, when we're talking about the density of hydrogen versus tritium, then the hydrogen would be more acidic, and the tritium would be more alkaline. But what he's done is he's changed the environment and introduced a gradient in the environment. So my first comment was really talking about in singularity. So in singularity of the hydrogen and the singularity of the tritium. But if we add the environment to it, now we're looking at a duality to that. And so the what we're looking at is the range within each side. So by taking the hydrogen, which is acidic, and putting in an alkaline environment, you've created that range within that structure. And then the opposite was we when he took the tritium and he added the alkaline to it, then he created the range differential, but in the opposite polarity. And then by positioning, the positioning, of course, in the base is gravitational, and at the top is magnetical. So, and the magnetical being of a lower pH. But the discussion on pH has to do with more of a relationship between the two and the gradient between the two. And so by focusing on the relationship between the two is where the field strength comes into play. And so we went from a 24 to 1 ratio and looking at an ideal of 2,500 to 1 which is 2 orders of magnitude. And so you see the challenge that's coming across. So
there's a lot of fine points here, as Mr. Keshe said. The angle of the bottom reactors, which John had at 4%, he said somewhere around 11 to 19 or something. So there's so many things. When John went into the lab, he went into the lab. I mean, this is quite extensive work.
well, exactly. And so what you've outlined here is actually how complex this really is. And so in the basic teaching, what we've been trying to do is to grasp an understanding of what it means with respect to the magnetical gravitational relationship of the pH of acidic to alkaline relationship. But that's the difference between the basic teaching and what John demonstrated here in the 225th Knowledge Seekers Workshop.
Yeah. Extensive work and extensive knowledge I think he's gained through all these tests. And there are other videos where John comes in and demonstrates, but again, he was working directly with Mr. Keshe, and of course Mr. Keshe makes some suggestions and to approach it in certain ways, and as he said, a few things needed to be corrected, but he said he was within weeks of seeing the shimmering of the fields, and this is exactly what Mr. Keshe had described that people would see when he opened that briefcase up in Iran, that the ship would manifest itself in a way. So John was heading in that way, but then of course Mr. Keshe said he's found another way of lift, and John said, I knew you would have a new solution for it. So again, this is matter state craft John was working on, but beautiful. And again, there were so many things that when I heard, as Mr. Keshe said, be careful of entering into the fields because you could set up in a way a cage for yourself until the fields broke down for 1,000 years, as there was no door to get out. But somebody said you just turn over one of the reactors and you'd be out of there. But again, John did quite a bit of extensive testing and what Mr. Keshe would say, playing in the background. But this was quite serious. And you can see by everything that he had set up, it was done professionally as to the best of his ability. So yes, when he went into the lab, they really went into the lab work, which is part of the reason we, as Mr. Keshe said, we don't, lack of knowledge and lack of lab work, I think were the two critical factors. But I think in a way he's taken out some of this lab work now. Not that we're saying not to continue with your experiments, but we saw David, I think this is David here, talking about creating a food GANs reactor. And let me just put this into the chat. And what Mr. Keshe is now offering, let me just see if I can copy this. Again, everyone can see it. It's the 225th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. We'll just paste that into the chat if you want to review that. But he was talking about the food GANs. And if we go to the Keshe Foundation store and we look at this holiday bundle, let me just make sure we're sharing it. We have to check it almost every time here. It doesn't seem to be doing it. But if we click on this holiday bundle, we can go down here to now to what he's calling the food GANs or the Nutra bundle. And again, I encourage everyone to take some of these products and test them for yourself. It was interesting in the last session on Friday where I didn't have any of these Ganses, but he asked us to hold, if you had a banana or something else, you could hold it in your right hand with the microphone. Now, normally, I was a bit confused, because we think of the left hand as the taker, the right hand as the giver. But Mr. Keshe said, put the food in the right hand with the microphone and then try later on to see if you can absorb. I think I went for about 30 hours or more, and then, or even longer. And then I think within 32 hours, I had 2 meals. So there was something going on because the plasmatic water was being generated in the session. I couldn't taste the banana in my mouth, but I could smell it only because it was broken off from the bunch. I could smell the banana, but I couldn't taste it. But again, did I absorb the energies? That's what I was trying to do. But now, with these food ganses here that's being offered by the Keshe Foundation, these are connected to the system. And yes, you can make a food GANs, but can you connect it to the system? He said this would be on, and this was one of the ways you could start practicing if you get hungry, you would hold one of these in your hand. Again, we used it in our right hand, which seems opposite to me, but there's a reason. I was thinking maybe by giving to the banana from the right hand or giving to the system, you would receive back in the left hand. But again, I don't know. This is what he sort of said when we started these sessions with Dining with the Creator, where he said, we set up plates for you, try to take what you can from it. And then in the next session, in a way, he said, you see, we fooled you in a way. The way you absorbed the things we set out for you was not to try to take them, but try to give to them. And in that giving, you receive. So we practiced that in the next session. And of course, I was experiencing the plasmatic water quite a bit that day, where your mouth sort of waters the way when you think about food, but that was happening intermittently. So I'd say I went 32 hours with just one meal. Again, that's not anything to write home about in a way, but I really wasn't, and I probably could have gone longer. But I just sort of said I'd like to have something to eat at that time. So, and this is, again, part of developing the space program. But if you're going to, are interested in feeding yourself, these are the products. The Nutri-Red, I believe, is the meat. The veggies are self-explanatory. The fruit is self-explanatory. And the herbs are your regular, probably, herbs of whatever they may put in there, ginger or something else, I don't know. But these are the way you practice. If you get hungry, you would pick that up. And he said you needed to hold it in your hand about 30 minutes minimum. So it's not something where you just put it in your hand and you feel it, at least at this point. But these are the GANs offered. And of course, there's many others for these holiday packs. And these will be offered, I think, until the 15th of December. Here's some of the conventional soaps with different, I think, again, we have lavender and rose and chocolate and a few others on these bars of soap. But the feeding is, in a way, what I'm interested in. And of course, you won't take any plastics in, I think, with this type of feeding system. And that was one of the things Mr. Keshe was emphasizing in this last workshop about the amount of micro plastics and micro Teflon that we've started to accumulate in our system. And perhaps we'll go there now. And he's going to, which is already in the store, there's something to pull this plastic out of your structure, as he said, and it's called the, let's see if we can just find it here. Okay. And I thought the store was sort of closing out its inventory, and obviously the store is adding to its inventory. Here it is, the Twinity, again, another Twinity system, two fields interacting. And this is the Twinity microplastic GANs, which he's putting out for test. It's going to be, apparently some of this knowledge will be given to the Iranian University to monitor and to see some of the test results. He actually wants to collect the plastic from individuals. So they're looking for 10 or 20 people, and this is a massive problem, much bigger than, it can even affect your emotions, as I understand it, and your environment and your habitat and the rest of this, all this plastic, because the body, since the oil, as I understand it, is connected with amino acids and or made from it in a way, similar to our structure, the body sees it as the H and C as some sort of energy, and it deposits in the liver, it deposits in the brain, and it deposits in the kidney for future use. Mr. Keshe indicated it'd take a century or 1,000 years for our body to, in a way, mutate into finding a way to either remove this from our system or hold it in a certain position, I think. So again, I'm saying you won't be able to make this, even though he's shown how you move with a magnet. I think he had a magnet in his hand. He was using his hand and he was moving a plastic straw on the table. But these magnets and things like this, he said this will not be released to the knowledge seekers. This is part of, again, part of the cornerstone of the work, creating these magnets. So we can look at how it's done and try to connect it, but he's indicating that this knowledge at this point in time will not be shared. So the best way to do it, rather than trying to develop something for years, if you have a concern with plastic, and which I do as well. I know I was thinking in 2004, I had a hernia and I had it repaired, but they put in a plastic mesh. So now I have a piece of screening in my body. I don't even know how large it is, but I'm sure that plastic is sort of contaminating my environment in a way. As he said, as this plastic rubs, and he gave a number of examples. So, but this is a way to start reducing the plastic. And if I could, I had showed this earlier. Let me just show this one if I can. And you'll find a lot of articles where people could be eating a credit card of plastic a week. And this is from the World Wide Fund for Nature, or what used to be, I think, the World, not the wrestling company, but the World Wildlife Fund, which is started by Prince Philip and Prince Bernhard originally. And of course, but I think, and this about the plastics, I think they're correct. It says we consume up to 2,000 tiny pieces of plastic weekly, which could accumulate to 250 grams a year. I think Mr. Keshe was talking about we're probably carrying 10 to 20 grams of plastic. Each, I guess the 5 grams would be equal to a weight of a credit card. So if you can imagine, you're actually consuming much more plastic, and the body is fooled in a way, thinking it of as a sugar or a starch or an energy that it then tucks away for further use in the future. But as Mr. Keshe said, it can create a lot of havoc within the brain or different organs and the rest of this. So they're going to run a test, and you can find it in the Keshe Foundation store, how to participate in it. I think there'll be instructions with it, and to collect the plastic that actually comes out of your system for further analysis. So it may be like dandruff or something else where you have dry skin and you sort of, some people use lotions or oils to moisturize it. But this is something that's going to appear as, to me, I know he talked about it as sort of an injury or something, but it would actually be a plastic that was forming. And he talked about doing that with, I think, some shrapnel and some other things, or calcium, as they learn to pull that out of the body as well from the corona testing and so on. So this is just one of the test products that are out for offer in the Keshe Foundation store. So this is the way we keep the Keshe Foundation free for humanity, is by, yes, continue your research, but these products are already been made. You don't have to figure them out, and they do what they say, as I understand it. But we'll have to see in the future what's reported. But as we heard in this workshop, there's another 300,000 tons will be added on a yearly basis, I think Mr. Keshe said, to our environment. And I think 15 or 20% was responsible for cancers, and probably a lot of other emotional things with our personality or other things that we're not even aware of. I had always heard that the body likes plastic and it doesn't really reject it. That's why they were using a lot of this. But again, maybe that knowledge is not correct either. So the food GANs, if you want to try feeding yourself, and then if you want to remove some of these plastics, and there's many other products in this Keshe Foundation store out for tests, the Twinity Pause GANs for menopause, or the heat GANs. Again, I'm not exactly sure if that is for heat or if that is for hot flashes. We have for men going through menopause, the Twinity flagpole GANs and the detachment GANs for addictions, Twinity cycle GANs for menstrual cycles. And again, instructions are in there how to use them. And these are water products in a way. And you probably have put some on the feet or in different positions. Again, I don't know. As he said, with the microplasma discs or the field mirrors, that there's many different ways to use them. It's just not holding them in your hands. But he still has to teach that as well. So again, these are all keeping the Keshe Foundation free and developing further knowledge for the space travel program. Stamina, I think, is which can be used with any one of these to keep the soul in position or strengthen the soul. And then there's a sight GANs, which he said, again, a Twinity, which would help in the transmutation. So these are some of the products in the store. Encourage people to test them. Don't give up your research, but help the Keshe Foundation top at ease. This is for someone with migraines, as I understand it, and a lot of other products here. Here's the Nutra products. Again, this seems to be quite a, oh no, this is the GANS Nutra. This is one of the alkaline water dispensers, which we heard you put the GANs in here. Here's the knee GANs, which people have tested. I have as a prophylactic in a way. So I just thought I'd share that. Yes, you can make anything and test anything you want, but these products are already out for test, have been tested, I believe, in the background. And you're just adding a bigger spectrum of testing, let's say, by you participating in these, and of course, keeping the Keshe Foundation free as well. Gail, I'm glad you stayed in this time. And Alenka, hello. We haven't heard from you in a while. Glad to see you here. And let's go to the announcements from Mr. Keshe, where he basically went into a little bit more about these plastics, and then we'll create the Dome of Peace. He spoke, I think, about 55 minutes about the plastics. So it's quite a concern, and no one else, I don't think, can pull plastic out of your body in a way, in a transmutation type of thing, the way they pulled the energy out of tumors and different things. But this is actually going to be converted from a plasmatic state back into the matter state. Yes. Hello, Alenka.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, a little bit soft.
Okay. I don't know what's happening with my cell phone. I'm listening with a cell phone.
Okay. Okay, good. Good. And I know we were giving a tribute to John Bliven in a way, which I'm sure you know that he passed. And then, of course, we lost another John about 5 weeks ago. I don't have any details, but John Wells has passed.
Yes, I remember.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, we didn't hear really anything more about it, but maybe someone will take a look in the background about what happened. Yeah, so we have two advocates in a way, and more on the other side of the dimension, and working on.
Valuable.
Say again?
Very valuable ones.
I can't understand.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I cannot.
Try again.
I cannot.
It just cleared up.
Okay. Can you hear now?
Yes.
Okay. I was saying that that both were very valuable because they were active.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, yeah, only the creator and Mitra never went through this process. We're all going to go through it. As he said, every created structure and being other than the creator and Mitra have gone through this process. But again, there's ways to gain that aspect of immortality by transmuting or, again, embedding your soul in another structure. But that may be advanced knowledge. I don't know if John is aware of that, but I'm sure his soul is. And as Mr. Keshe said, we'll play what Mr. Keshe said at the end. It's about 14 minutes, so we need to leave about 15 minutes at the end of this program and allow Mr. Keshe to speak to John and all of us about his work and what he meant to the foundation and so on. But yes, we've definitely have seen in the last month a couple of very, very dedicated knowledge seekers have departed.
Yes. Too sad.
Well, we're going to try and celebrate the life of the man rather than the death, because we know there's no death. So he's just stepped into a new dimension and a new life. I also wanted to bring your attention in the telegram. Ed has put as Mr. Keshe indicated, he'd like us to review some of the past few workshops. So Ed has put them all together. There's a link in the chat here where you can, just the teaching part, not the entire workshop. So perhaps that could be a project for some people who'd like to listen as a series in a way, because these new teachings, this new understanding, this is the way Mr. Keshe is moving, and we need to catch up and understand more.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Alenka, for appearing today.
Thank you.
Yes,
for
so
teaching and help.
yeah, okay. Well, we're just sharing the knowledge. Again, we all take what we can from this knowledge. I'm not force feeding it or say that I understand it fully. Otherwise, I would have already transmuted, I think. I know we are in certain dimensions. And John, he said, was the first one to transmute, although he couldn't move the physicality. That's why I'm thinking these feeding lines of what Mr. Keshe is talking about is needed on the moving the matter state, where he's connecting you through this cosmic ray material and so on and so forth, the mirrors, the vision enhancement goggles, the cosmic ray bundles. He's all adding on some equipment to help to make this process possible, because we need a continuous feeding of universal energy. And as John said, he didn't feel his legs, but he knew they were there in a way. And he was doing it on the energy dimension, where he could see where Mr. Keshe was, even walking around in the exhibition center, even though John was in Arizona, or perhaps in the basement of Wentz, I'm not sure. But I thought it was Arizona, and he could actually see what Mr. Keshe was seeing and could tell Mr. Keshe, not once, but on a number of occasions. So he had completed that transmutation on the energy dimension, but was yet needed to learn more or gather more energy to be able to move the physicality. Any comments from anyone? Any products you'd like to have for Christmas? Any wishes?
Too many.
Yes. Well, peace is our main wish, because these things are keeping the foundation free. But as Mr. Keshe said, the hands of the clock are on midnight. So hopefully the wiser minds prevail and we move into this peaceful dimension. Remember what he said, they'd accept this technology not out of the love of it, but out of the fear of their own demise. And of course, this is what he's also indicated. There's no problem with the technology. Technology works. It's the leaders who don't want to let go of control of you and their population. So this is where the problem is, as I understand it at this point. So take advantage of the Christmas bundles if you can. Join the transmutation centers with sessions, this is what's coming up. We've had one, and there are two more, one in December, one in January. And if you have the food GANs, he said, bring them in, because this is part of the nutrition and transmutation part of this. He calls it nutrition and wellness. And again, the more we feed plasmatically, I think the better off we'll be, because this environment is quite contaminated, not only with plastics, but everything else we've heard. Thank you, Ike. Yes, that was very nice of Ed to put all those together for us, to be able to listen to them and hopefully understand more. So these are the two offers right now, but let's go to the, if we can, sorry, let me just bring this up. And we'll go to this announcements that Mr. Keshe made regarding the microplastics. And as I said, he spent quite a long time on this, almost an hour with his concerns. And I think we should all be concerned with it and try to move some of this plastic out of our system and develop a process that others can walk in the future and perhaps take it out in an even quicker way. Alenka, did you want to say more? I'm hearing a microphone.
Thank you. Oh, I'm
Thank you.
sorry.
No problem. Okay, so we'll just go right up to where we start here. We can't listen to all of it because it's just too long. But you can all go back to the 565 workshop and hear the concerns and the way we can keep the Keshe Foundation free for humanity and develop some of these, again, outstanding technologies. We've often heard about chelation in the world of matter state, where if someone has toxic elements, they can, I think they use EDTA or something else to sort of chelate heavy things, but that is again, that has to be watched by a doctor. Here, he's saying you can do this right in your own home. There's no doctor necessary for these tests. So let's hear a little bit. Maybe we'll spend to the top of the hour. Feel free to stop it and ask a question or make a statement or ask for clarification, and then we'll go to the Dome of Peace in 20 minutes.
Okay, here we are back again at the 565th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And because it's the second half, as I mentioned, we will have an opportunity for questions, but generally Mr. Keshe has a thing or two he would like to say first to kind of warm things up here. So please go ahead if that's true, Mr. Keshe.
Always true. Thank you very much. We are in the process, in a cycle of understanding the totality of the work and how things take shape in around us. And we run many trials. You knowledge seekers support us, and that has brought us a lot of what I call new research, new developments, new understanding, new systems, and we seem gradually, by trial and error and a lot of other things, we find a solution. The way, for example, we sorted out, we understood the process of the corona, we produced gases for it, and we've seen many successes with it. And then we saw the process understanding more in the past with Fukushima and other things which the Keshe Foundation's knowledge seekers we got involved in and we have worked with. One of the main concerns for me for past time has been the creation of the plastics and how plastics have become parts of and how they connect to and affect our lives.
Remember when plastics were just becoming popular and people used to say, invest in plastics. Plastics is the future. This is the future, going with plastics. And now we see the future. The plastics are embedded in all of us and continuing to grow. So this is should be a concern to all of us. But it seems to me that almost every package I buy, almost every container, whether it's milk or juice or the water bottle, it's all wrapped in plastic. And this agitation, this rubbing is continually releasing. And even the fish, it's within their structure. It's within our structure and our body doesn't know how to deal with it. So Mr. Keshe has come up with a beautiful way to make a Gans, which again, you can try and figure it out, but he said we will not share this. This is part of the cornerstone of the work, creating these magnets. Yes, we learned how to create a field of carbon and other things in the CO2 box, but some of these other magnets, as he said, if you knew how to make a magnet for gold, you could just put your reactor right in the ocean. There's so many flakes of gold probably in the plasma condition as well as the matter state. You'd be able to attract it, but he doesn't seem to want to share at that level. It'd probably cause us to go off the, too much, where you just take your boat out and collect a few ounces of gold and then come back in and sell it. That would be quite phenomenal, but he doesn't want us to do that at this point, probably because of the abuse or other things. But you can make a magnet for anything if you know how to play.
In the researches which are going on, and we understand more and more, is without fail, all of us are involved in this measure of what we call plastic. According to the latest research in scientific papers, even our brain of all of us, on average, without failure, due to microplastics, which the packaging we use, the conversion of the air we breathe in conjunction with the petroleum, in clothing we wear, has embedded even in our brain 0.05% plastic.
And isn't that interesting? Mr. Keshe said we were experts in the matter state. Well, if we were experts in the matter state, why are we allowing all this plastic and hardly ever even considering it to enter our structure? So maybe we're not as expert as we thought we were, or I thought I was.
We consider that part of this plastic structure can be cause of new diseases, can be cause of new cancers, can be cause of all sorts. Is what the world of science today considers. Plastic is in your skin, microplastic is in your heart, microplastic is in body of the fish, in the meat you eat. It's become part of us, and we produce hundreds of thousands of tons of it every year. What has become important to us, and I've done a lot of research in the background with it, going back to the processes we done before, what does this microplastic does to us? We have to understand it has a structure, it works not in a matter state, but due to the conversion of inertia shows itself as a matter state. And what happens if we develop the structure that regularly we can remove this from our body?
Right. Maybe there'll be a way to go in every 6 months and have plastic removed out of your structure, or maybe once a year. This is what he had mentioned in some of the other things, where you go in for wellness, even if nothing's a problem for you, you just go in and get a tune-up. Well, perhaps, again, this is what this system is, a test system, and it's out for development. I mean, for us to report back, and then this could be part of the regular process of wellness, where we know we're in a huge swamp of plastic, and you go in every 6 months or a year and you have it cleaned out in a way. Maybe the same way you clean your ears or other things. You go for colonics and other things to clean the intestines. maybe this will become, and this does seem a lot more of a problem than maybe earwax or anything like that.
Would this reduce many diseases that which we suffer from today, which we didn't have before? Would we go back into a structure that would be, in a way, less chances of other diseases, less chance of absorbing other energies to become diseases? Alzheimer's, dementia, autism, everything else which somehow connected to our brain due to accumulation of this plastic energy is the cause of, the creator of. Infertility, premature birth, different kind of cancers. Are these connected by any chance to what the cause of, the creator of this plasma, of what we call microplastics? Many of you use it on a daily basis. You call it a Teflon. Many of you absorb it in your body. You chop your meat, your vegetable on a plastic board. Many of you wear as clothes, as polymers. Many of you every day use it to carry your food in. You put it in the mic.
And again, when he's saying polymers, almost every shirt, there are some with, pure cotton, but most of the clothes are a blend of cotton polyester and polyester is plastic. So your pants, your shirt that you're wearing is rubbing on the skin. Whether it goes directly into your body or not, it's certainly adding to the environment that you're operating in. So again, we're just putting on clothes, and he's gone through this in the past, but when he said that you're jogging yourself to death in a way by wearing the polyester with some of these colors, I think he'll go into this here, but it's something we don't really consider. We see a jogger and he's wearing some yellow or orange stripes, and as Mr. Keshe said, how fancy they look, but they're actually jogging themselves into more of a unwellness condition. Gosh, it's just it seems just unbelievable.
Away as a plastic container. Many of you read it as you drive, you breathe the air of this planet. It has become parts of us which we cannot separate from it. Many of you, you go shopping to bring food to nourish yourself. The plastic carrier bag you carry with the heat and the rubbing is feeding nanoplastic particles into your skin and your body. In our body, like the oceans, we have plastic, what we call islands in the oceans of today, has and must find a place to deposit this because it cannot digest it, because it has a combination of the amino acid of the man. It looks like energy. I keep it till I use it one day. Liver, kidney, brain are the storage places. These are the islands in the ocean where we see all these plastic containers. Our body has created such a thing because it has the CH bond, which is part of the amino acid of the body of the man. And it deposits it that I might use it somewhere because it's got a carbon hydrogen. It looks like sugar It looks like carbohydrates, and I keep it. This is how our body is depositing these nanoplastics. It's fooled to see it as energy, deposits it for when it uses it, might need it. Liver is full, does not have a combination for this storage. I find a place for it. Liver, brain, and the rest of it. This is how we see microplastic in our structure. Deposition by the habit of storing, and storing it in a very good way that one day I might need it. Now we have to come up with a solution, or try to find a solution to remove this continuously from the body of the man. In the test before, we have shown we could transfer calcium out of the body, we could transfer nanostructure out of the body. And today I want to launch a trial. I don't know about the success of it, but I know it works. To see how the use of gases, which we developed, would allow to extract how much plastic out of our body. To see how much, if it's possible, this will change our habits, will change our emotion, will change our everyday life. And if we do so, can we make it a permanent feature? I explained before a few years ago, 3, 4, 5 years ago, where you wear these lycra clothing, colors, different colors, and you're so happy, you look so smart and sleek when you go jogging down the street. The hair shakes and the arm shakes and everyone says, "Whoa, what a fit and beautiful person." But you sweat, and you sweat because it has a salinity, and it has in that salinity combination of the amino acid of your body links with these colors which are all carbon connected, and you create your own skin cancers and everything else. More young people are getting diseases out of the sports gear than actually take life from that sport. In a way, we run to kill ourselves when we wear these fancy color clothing with PVC and the rest. We take wrong energy, we take wrong plastic in, and in a way, we marathon ourselves to death. You wear a normal cotton t-shirt, cotton trousers, even whatever says harvested biologically or non-biologically, you stand to shorten your life than strengthen and lengthen your life.
Anyone want to add there why he said if you take the cotton pants and the cotton shirt, you're still in the same predicament? I thought the cotton would be safer, even if it's, what did he say, biologically harvested in a certain way? Maybe because of the packaging that the clothes are put in, I don't know. But it is a huge, huge problem. We'll go 5 more minutes here. Should be a
I would like,
concern.
and you will see it on the Keshe Foundation, we're launching a new GANS product, very limited, maybe 10, 20 people maximum. We need those of you who come in, keep a very close observation. Do you see pieces of plastic on your skin? Do you feel when
Hey,
you
Mark.
use the material, piece of...
Please, Ike, go ahead.
Imagine the application in apparel or clothing industry. If we could get more awareness to the dangers of plastic, and then work with the clothing company on how we can use gases to extract some of these while we're wearing it and all that. That could be a huge industry, and that can lead people into getting knowledge about gases.
You mean like wearing a shirt that would automatically start to pull out plastic out of your structure?
It's something like that, because gases with nanotechnology is dynamic. So if all these microplastics are embedded and it goes through our body, which are gases, we could figure out a way to have the apparel clothing companies to make some kind of composite of gases along with their plastics, whatever they use, Teflons and all that. And that could be, it could be in any product, not just clothing. But the point is awareness that plastics, microplastics are harmful, and those are part of the causes of some of these diseases. But the awareness is not there. But with our gas technology, we could actually create those awareness and solution.
Agree. Anyone else? Again, it's a huge issue, and even if we go around without any clothes on, which I wouldn't suggest, but almost everything you come in contact with has a plastic. There's more plastic containers than there are glass containers for everything. So as he said, I'm sure they can pull the plastic out of the oceans, but he said we didn't want to break the CH bond of that by dissolving it, because it would raise the sea levels. In places that are low, like the Philippines, I think would perhaps even go underwater. So we can attract the plastic out of the ocean, but we need to really stop generating it. But you can't break the CH bond, because you'll just create too much water, as I understand it, or something along that line. But he's more concerned at this point in time of getting it out of the body. We know it's ubiquitous almost everywhere in the air you breathe. I think Rick said in every cubic centimeter of seawater, there's microplastic. So it's in the air, it's in the seawater, probably even in your tap water to a certain extent. And this is a problem. Even the ball cap you wear, or the hat you wear, or the socks you wear, all part of this polyester nanoplastics. And then the color apparently aggravates it even more.
Skin on it,
And Mark,
which is plastic.
oh, sorry.
No, please, Gail.
Yeah, I was thinking of China has organic cotton, and the foundation is selling, sports apparel and COVID apparel. So it would be really interesting. I like the idea, because if you're going to exercise, you might as well do something good with it. That'd be great. Good idea.
Right.
Yeah.
And how many people are so proud of their new jogging suit with these pinks and purples and yellows, and they look, as Mr. Keshe just said, they look so smart and fancy, but yet they're really injuring themselves unknowingly. It's a long-term thing, and I think it's cumulative.
You should see how the young ladies.
Go right ahead, Gail.
I can't, my internet's going down.
Gosh, we need to correct that. Go ahead, Ike.
Be quiet.
Ike, did you want to say anything else? I see your mic is open. But it should be a concern to all of us, our children and the rest. I think one of the quickest ways to start with that process is if you're cooking with those coated pans, you may want to reconsider. They're easy to clean up, but the material you absorb from them is not so easy. As I said, my mother cooked with those my whole childhood. I mean, once they came into the market, she was quite happy with the Teflon as a trusting, believing soul that obviously they wouldn't put anything into the marketplace that could hurt you.
The challenge is the industry giants or those knuckleheads would not allow that awareness, because, like you said, the young ladies are all putting on nice clothing,
Yes.
and we have cooking shows out here. They're doing cooking shows with all kinds of plastics, Teflon, and all that. So, but if we have this awareness and show that the ganses can actually help with this industry, then these industry guys can, synergize with the gas revolution.
Well, this is what Mr. Keshe says, that we don't want anybody to be abused due to a lack of knowledge. And now that you're aware of it, you may want to consider ways to work on it. But again, you cannot pull these micro things out of the body so easily. And I think the technology is within the Keshe Foundation to, in a way, clean up this plastic within your own structure, which again, in the brain, in the kidney, in the liver, the body has a tendency to want to hold on to it because it believes it's energy. Anyone else? Let's take another few minutes here.
We want to see how your emotion changes and how you will become part of this new structure. In a way, because I've done it with calcium, and we picked up pieces of bone from the brain and metals from the shrapnel. But we need to confirm in the bigger structure, because this is becoming, most of us will die in the coming future when we add 300,000 tons a year into this plastic world, converting, we will die of this process. Most of the premature lives ending will come through the plastic conversion, because our body does not have a storage for it yet. And when we store it, it becomes solid. It's a bone. It's another plastic bone in the brain, plastic bone in your reproduction areas. They have found it in testicles, they have found it in penis, they found it in ovaries, they found it in liver. They have even found plastic in the skin layers. Stays as the energy, but once the man opens it up to the gravitational magnetic field inertia of this planet, it shows itself.
So I think that's what he was saying there. When they operate on the brain, it's still in the magnetic field. They don't see the plastic. It's still in the energy state. But when they expose it to the inertia of the planet outside of that vacuum condition, this is where the plastic manifests itself into the matter state, and then you see it. But on an X-ray or anything like that, it just looks normal, apparently, to me.
That's the awareness right there, because it's in the energy state, and there's no technology to measure this or see this.
Absolutely.
Except here. So we combination of plasma and then all these scientists, these things can be public service announcements, so an awareness, and people will understand the knowledge.
And when you take 300,000 tons added to the environment per year, I mean, plastic is not that heavy. And so you can imagine if you can just visualize 300,000 tons added per year into the environment. Okay, let's go a little bit farther.
In a way, let me explain to you how we feed ourselves with it. As you know, Keshe Foundation did a massive research, 3.5 year research, financed by the Italian central government, which the report is in the hand of Italian Parliament and is being shared with the American government because of other reasons, and is part of the archives of the Keshe Foundation. It's nearly 200-page report, test, everything is done. The report is done by the Italian government. We were the people who they approached us when I was in Italy, provider of the technology, the way we did with Fukushima. This report is so confidential and it's so horrendous that Italian government has classified it. We are the owner of the report. So we can speak about it in a certain way. Why I discuss this? It's very simple. We looked at the cancer agents. We looked at the efficiency of the work of the specific materials which I produce the same as what I produce for TEPCO in absorbing the cancerous agents from the waters of the production of what you know as Teflon. We know DuPont in America has been lawsuited for tens of hundreds of millions of dollars for damaging people with Teflon for waters of it. We did a huge test, 3-year research test with what we call Italian government. There was a specific reason for this. It was a concern by the central government that time. They approached us through our connections. We set up, even where I went to take the material, I had to wear a spacesuit to get into the room type. Well covered, nothing is touched. Everything was put remote on tables that I could not physically touch, gloves and everything else. That dangerous it is. If the water of Teflon, with the data we have, shows 9 highest cancer agents in it, what does the Teflon which we cook in carries in? Every time we heat it with microplastic, it micro Teflon it. Then you can see the other side of the equation from the man who is the user of it. And we are so happy we pay hundreds of dollars to buy the latest Teflon pan to kill ourselves. It's the same as the guy wearing the fancy color plastic to absorb it, to marathon itself to death. I want to see how this will affect us. I'll connect this research to one of the Iran leading universities. So we launch it, and we will, in the next few weeks, connect it that scientifically scientists at research centers monitor the data you give us.
Okay, I think we'll stop there, but I know in our country there, this Robert Kennedy Jr. has taken quite a bit of interest in making people healthier and getting some of these things out of our environment, whether he's even aware of the plastic or how much plastic is even within his own structure. I think most people will want to remove it when they understand the detrimental side effects. Fo said, if you want plastic out of tap water, just boil an egg in a water meter. You need to cook the egg and the plastic will attach to the calcium. So you have a boiler egg, remove the eggshell and let the water cool. So let the calcium sink to the bottom. The top level of the water will be free of plastic. Okay, I don't know if I'll be carrying an egg around with me everywhere I go or in the restaurant and so on and so forth. But yes, there are many ways to do the same thing. But I think this is probably going to be one of the more effective. Mr. Keshe always said there's many, many ways to get to Rome, but this is just one of them. Anything you want to add on that, Fo?
No, that's it. It's just a little
Yep.
tip.
Yep. Very
So,
nice.
and the other problem is the Teflon. It's fluor in it, and it's also used in the reactor sets for sealing the reactors. So if you really want to remove Teflon with a reactor, it could happen that even the reactor would lose its Teflon, so the seal won't be there anymore. That's a problem,
And this material came out of the space program, as I understand it. This is what I had heard in the past, as well as what Mr. Keshe said in this workshop. This was in a way of creating a new industry, so to speak, as they use the Teflon in some of their, probably the ships or connecting parts, or I don't know exactly how they developed it and used it in the space program. But this was one of the offshoots, and I think President Kennedy or someone else had said that for every dollar they put into the space program, they got out of it $10 in new technologies and new industries. But this Teflon problem, I think they had to move manufacturing out of the United States because it was, as he said, many companies have sued DuPont and the others, and they moved it into a different area because
well, it's the same with the toothpaste.
Agree.
There's fluor in it, and fluor is
Oh, the
fluorescent.
fluoride. Yes. Okay.
Yeah,
I wasn't
fluoride.
sure. Yeah, fluoride. Yep. Yep.
Excuse me for my.
No, you're perfect. Your English is perfect.
So
yep.
it is also used in medication for people with brain disorder.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So
yeah. So we're being assaulted in quite many different ways that we think are quite acceptable because we're not really aware of it, or no one has made us so aware. The fluoride, yes, I don't think they allow that in Europe. They're still allowing it here.
Well, I know it's still in medication.
Oh, for sure. Dentists still use it.
Will be used, and the emotions. You can see the emotions flip from one side to the other. It's
yep, it's in the deodorant we put under our arms unless you buy a fluoride-free deodorant. As you said, it's in the toothpaste.
Yes, but most of the deodorants you use under your arms contains aluminum.
Yep.
Micro aluminum. That's also a problem.
Yes, I think Mr. Keshe went on and to mention antiperspirants as well.
Yeah.
So there's a solution now that we're more aware of it. People may want to consider developing this product for future humanity because this plastic is not just going to fade away. It's everywhere at this point, but we'll do the job we can do with it. And hopefully, as Ike said, maybe the industry will move away from so much plastic.
Well, the part of the plastic is the carbon. So it's how you remove plastic without removing certain elements of the carbon. That's not easy.
No, and as I said, he's not going to share the way to do this. This will stay in the hand of the Keshe Foundation. So if you're interested in that, yeah, I think you need to order something out of the store for test.
Well, you see what you did with how to capture CO2 gas.
Mm-hmm. Create that field of carbon.
Yes, but it's also in salt water. So the sodium is the key to the solution of carbon.
Okay. Yeah. By changing the salinity, you're saying?
Yes, sodium is gravitational.
Mm-hmm.
So if you can take sodium and calcium together, you can create that carbon to attach to the calcium also.
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean,
the calcium is the strongest material in that effect in the physical form, but also in the how do you say that, in the voids in the calcium. That's where the energy goes. So if you want carbon to be extracted, you need to extract the calcium on the plasma level. And how do you contain that on the plasma level in calcium? That's how you can attract the carbon. That's how our body do. And our brain does it. When someone like me, there's a problem because of the multiple sclerosis, that it calcified. So that's because of the energy that is taken away, and it will had to be filled up. So the structure of the brain changes. How do I say that? It's easy for me to explain it in Dutch, but not in English. If you have a DNA, this Mr. Cohen, but in a DNA, phosphor is phosphate. How do you call that in English? Phosphor is
phosphorus.
Yes, phosphorus is between the two DNA strings. When it's attached, the two come together. But when phosphor is in a way not feed by the sulfur, normally phosphor at 3, it's like have 3 hydrogens to it, and normally when the hydrogen is depleted of its energy, the sulfur takes over and replaces a hydrogen. So the DNA will be fed on that level. But when the emotion take over and it's stronger, then it will deplete the hydrogen. So the phosphor bond is deleted, and then the calcium takes over. It needs to, because it has to make it stronger to how do you say that? Oh boy. Well, the calcium takes over to reserve the energy from on the plasma level. That's how the brain, like MS and Alzheimer and Parkinson, turns into calcium. And the problem with calcium is that on a physical level, it don't allow any electric transfer anymore. So the brain can not handle anymore the physical level. That's why people like Alzheimer and Parkinson lose the control of the limb, but also with MS. And I know where and when my emotions made that it was come out for me. How do you say that? transfers me into someone who is in a wheelchair. But I know what is going wrong. I know what the protein that is affecting it, that is taken care of now. So
Yeah, perhaps they'll develop a plastics test in the future.
now my hearing aids are stopping, so I have to stop also.
Okay, thank you for adding to the knowledge. Yeah, perhaps there'll be some tests in the future that can develop whether you need to be processed, but it seems like everyone has way more plastic in them than they need. And the body isn't up to realizing what it's doing to itself in a way. As he said, when you spit, you put something in your mouth, immediately the body is saying, get rid of it. But if you spit it out, you just trick the body. And apparently the soul doesn't say, hey, wait, the guy just spit something out. Don't empty your structure of this material because it's not coming in. And this is where it leaves us, in a way, in a shortage. But yeah, I think they'll develop perhaps tests. I don't know where, but he said it's everywhere, in the blood, in the heart, in the liver, in the kidneys. So perhaps there'll be a blood test. Maybe there is one now for plastics. I'm not sure. But it does seem like he wants to test and run this test, and then it'll be over a year or two process. So this is a way to, in a way, clean up your structure and to keep the Keshe Foundation free for humanity and develop a system in the future. Again, I don't think there'll be much plastics in space, but here we know where this planet is full of it. Plastics. Okay, let's go to the Dome of Peace if we can. We're running way over, and Alex is ready to go, I'm sure. Okay, this is where we are going to create the Dome of, continuously creating the Dome of Peace, and we start out by using the Gans waters and spreading them. We'll just go through this rather quickly since we're running over, but I think what we covered was important. And of course, our tribute to John is also important for all the work he's done that. Perhaps, yes, Fo. Did you want to add something?
Now I can hear you again. I had my headphone on Bluetooth. So. Is there anything you want to know or understand what I'm saying? Sorry.
No. I don't think I'm up to your level of understanding it. Anyone else want to ask Fo a question? I'm not hearing anything. But as we saw, even John didn't get many questions. If you go back and look, I think Dr. Gatwa was the only one. So again, a lot of this is beyond our full understanding of what's happening. Yes. So
many people here in the Netherlands say I speak in riddles.
Okay.
Not for me, but for them.
All right.
So maybe it's also for you.
Okay. Good. Anyone else want to add anything on this subject of plastics? I see Nikolai has just joined us. And we've been talking a little bit about what Mr. Keshe wants to test in the plastic GANs that for the removal out of the body and so on. So we've just finished up that part, and now we're going into the Dome of Peace. And then we'll go to Alex's sharing on this topic. Well, or whatever topic he'd like to share on. So let's do the first step of the Dome of Peace, which is spreading the Gans waters.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer? With a nice voice. Okay.
Yes, Alex, sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt. I've had a technical problem here.
Okay.
Can you give me a little extra time to recover? I've had to reset everything.
Yeah, no, I know Rick has been dealing with that. I've had some funny things happen on my computer as well. as they say, sometimes these assistants, AI things can do things in the deep background that the computer operator is not even aware of subtle changes within the structure. So yes, we can continue to after this Dome of Peace. If you need more time, we can go back and finish up what Mr. Keshe announced. This new understanding.
Yes, please. Let me just, sure, let me catch up on these technical things.
Yes, no
I
problem.
got to reset so much.
No problem at all. Thank you, Alex, for being here.
Yeah. Thank you, Mark.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
And of course, this is the first step, and it's something for your physicality to do. As we can see here, the Brazilian teams are doing it, the Chinese are doing it, the Italians, the French, the Germans, and the rest. And this is just something that I thought I'd share. And again, we're doing it at certain times because, again, probably beyond our understanding, collectively, we're more powerful. Even if they're in China, even if they're in Brazil, even if they're in the United States, collectively, we're doing a bigger work in a way. And that doesn't limit you from releasing GANS waters into the environment anytime you'd like, as they know where to go, and they always seek to promote a balance, whether it's in the home or whether it's in the environment. They have a type of intelligence which allows them to do that, which we don't fully, deeply understand. But this is the first step in creating the Dome of Peace, and now we'll go to the second step in creating the Dome of Peace, which is using the power of our souls, which this is the energy dimension. Again, we see a lot of similarities between, like what he was saying with the plastic in the energy dimension. And now we're going to use our own structure in a way in that energy dimension to reach or create conditions for world leaders, world religious leaders, to realize the problems that they're creating in a way. So we're creating conditions for that soul to become more elevated if the soul chooses to pick up that flower. And let me just make sure we're properly sharing. I think we are. And this is the second step of the Dome of Peace.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, beautiful souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the GANs, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GANs waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the dome of peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the soul of humanity through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of guns, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. MT Keshe.
Thank you, Shweta, and thank you, Stefania. So this is a process that you can engage in on a daily basis. You can also join the Brazilian team. Let me just put that up there. If you want to be part of a formal meeting, that's no problem either. They're calling this Join the Intention every Wednesday at 6 p.m. for the elevation of the world leaders, and then the other days, and I believe it's 7 days a week. It's not just Monday to Friday. Jefferson, are you still here? Is there anything you want to say? Is this an everyday occurrence, Monday through Sunday? But anyway, if
Hi,
you'd
Mark.
like, yes. Hello, Jefferson. Nice to hear from you.
Nice to hear you all too. Well, still have the every day for those who wanna come.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is at 9 p.m. Brazilian time. It will be 1 a.m. 9, 10, 11, 12. 1 a.m. CT.
Right here, right at the bottom, we see the daily intention at 1 a.m. CET, 2 a.m. in the Central European summertime. So feel free to join that group. They have quite a large group and they're quite active. But if you prefer to join on an actual meeting or do both, again, we know no limitations. And as Mr. Keshe said, don't just do it once a time or once a week. Do it all the time through your energies and releasing Gans waters and meeting up with the others. Again, you're adding your field strength, I feel, to these different things. So let's just take, and what we're going to do is just replicate in a way, even though we're only going to take 2.5 minutes. I think the intention meeting is usually around 30 minutes or so. And much of that is spent in silence, where you're using the power of the soul to create conditions to elevate other souls through your emotion. So right now we're going to take 2.5 minutes. I was going to say 5, but let's just take 2.5 minutes of silence and do this work. This work is replicated on a regular basis. And again, Mr. Keshe here says the souls of the 5+1 peace negotiators. And we know that they're still going to be involved. They're going to use the 5+1 as a reference. But we understand that the 5+1 was set up by Obama to keep Iran from becoming a nuclear weapons nation. And now Mr. Keshe said they have more than their share in a way. They have over 30 nuclear weapons. So these types of negotiations to block Iran from becoming nuclear, they're already nuclear. So in a way, what Mr. Keshe is saying, these negotiations are obsolete. But what they're going to do is bring on the nuclear plasma onto the negotiating table. So we're elevating the souls of the 5+1 peace negotiators, the soul of the International Atomic Energy Agency, which I know Mr. Grossi was in Iran recently trying to assess their capabilities. All souls working for peace in Vienna. This is where the negotiations had been taking place. The soul of humanity, the soul of world leaders and religious leaders of planet Earth. So this is part of the process where you're just using your energies, not so much in the matter state. This is why he said we work through the power of the soul. And if you're not familiar with that, or you're hearing this recording for the first time, you can go about in the 23rd Knowledge Seekers Workshop, where you can hear the last 20 minutes of what Mr. Keshe explained in 2014, and the same process. He was encouraging us to give to both sides, the leaders on both sides, or to their souls, not so much to the man, but to the souls that are bringing this mayhem. He was describing the same situation we're seeing today in Gaza, but he said to elevate both sides, not just one side. And this is part of the work we're doing. But again, it's not a day job, as the Brazilian team have faithfully carried this out for a number of years already, as I understand it, with never missing. Isn't that interesting? But this is the way we can touch not only the spokesmen for these things, what we would call presidents or world leaders, but also the people behind the curtain that are, in a way, encouraging these spokesmen to put out what they put out. So this is the way we can bring the change, and you have immediate access to the soul, as we have that Mother Creation as the creator, and the we know every soul is built on top and above of the soul of the creator. So we have this mother connection in all of us, and we're just starting to, in a way, use our energy dimension. So let's take 2.5 minutes and go through this process. Thank you all for your continued participation in this process. And this is a formal or informal invitation from the Universal Council that every day at 9 p.m. you can participate with us collectively. And you can take 1 second, 1 minute, whatever you'd like. And then, as we heard Mr. Keshe say, extend that to elevate the souls. And remember, by nourishing others, even those you may not be fond of. In a way, you become nourished. And this is the idea of using our energy or conservation of energy in a way. Working in the matter state takes a lot of energy and takes a lot of work. But working in the plasma dimension is quite easy and doesn't take a lot of energy. So every day at 9 p.m., you're invited for the elevation of the souls of all leaders and soul of the totality of the Keshe Foundation, creating peace in everything that exists. So it's through our wish that we're going to establish the peace. And of course, by wishing, this creates a condition which creates, in a way, a belief, creates the emotion, and the emotion is connected to the hydrogen, and the hydrogen then, in a way, creates conditions for the wish to fulfill itself, if it's correct. But it doesn't always happen in 1 minute or 1 second, as we've understood. These souls are quite low. They don't know another position. And when we have more and more people participating in this process, I think we'll see the change happen rapidly. And why are we doing this? Because in a way, if we don't bring the change ourselves, and even with being gifted advanced space technology, within a generation or two, we'll go right back to the same condition. So this is why we have to bring the change ourselves, and it's the only way we'll keep it. If it's done for us, it won't remain a permanent peaceful condition, as I understand it. So it requires all of us and to not give up. As we saw with John and many others, they continued working, even though they didn't see results immediately. And he's not asking us to look for results. He's asking us to start understanding our own energy dimension, which you will use in the universe of giving and taking and elevating other souls and whatever else goes on in the universe. But it's mostly giving and taking of energies, as I understand it, and using your emotions. Alex, I think you are ready to begin. So thank you all. Alex had a bit of a computer issue, which many of us have, as we understand. Back up your systems if you can, because sometimes computers can do some things and your information goes out the window in a way, or gets lost in somewhere in cyberspace, as they say. Alex, please welcome and please take over. Thank you.
And thank you so much, Mark, and thanks everybody for being here on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. And we have to get important business out of the way, so let's do that first, and then we'll have hopefully a nice journey in outer space.
Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And welcome everybody. This is the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting, and one of the unique characteristics, so what makes this meeting so powerful is the representation that we have from many different continents. And we've had an extremely difficult week because there's so much going on. And one of the things that all of you can do is in the years down the road is remember what transpired and where you were, because this week was very historic. So I would like you to join me on a trip, and this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. We're discussing advanced transmutation. Today's topic is cubic. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is November the 24th of 2024. And this is part of the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. As you can see, it's been a continuation going on 4 years now. And we're trying to condense the knowledge and make it available for the mature knowledge seekers so they can, in their own way, convey the information to the new knowledge seekers. But the new knowledge seekers have to understand that this technology has been around for several decades. And so for many, it's going to be a new experience. And so we have to see what is the best way to convey this information. So the way we're going to do it today is do it with verbal communication, and hopefully add some pretty pictures, because we're on the hesitancy highway and we like pretty pictures because we're in the lowest energy state. And, you know, there's a lot of mess out there, but we can't sweep this under the carpet because there is no carpet to sweep it under. And we have to be careful. We don't want to put the cart before the horse. Hey, where did all these apples come from? There's apples all over the road. So, you know, here we are, and we're looking at the cover of book number 3 as we're searching for outer space. And, you know, we have to look out for those apples on the plasma highway to our little pie in the sky. And why is it such a little pie in the sky? What about the rest of the pie? And is that the problem? It's just a small apple pie. What about the universal pie? And so this is where the future lies. And then Marin Tevakoli Keshe has been trying to bring this knowledge forward. And he's done it in the 3 books which have been made public. There are other books. But book number 1 is the Universal Order of Creation of Matter. We're having difficulty understanding that, and we're trying to figure out, well, what does that have to do with my life? What does that have to do with my day-to-day activities? And this is a very good question, and most of us have asked this question when we were in school. And 2 things happened in school. One, either the teacher couldn't answer the question, or the question was answered incorrectly. And this is what we're finding out, because in book number 2, the structure of the light, we find that the light goes from one place to another place, and how does it get there? So these are things that we constantly get the answer to that question and say, well, we don't really know. And if we go back to the beginning, we have to make a decision. And so the decision is that the neutron came before the atom. And it also came before the PM tick. And so what is the difference between the PM tick and the neutron and the atom? And so we look at book number 3 and we talk about the origin of the universe. And here we see exactly where 1 becomes 2. And in that process, we've created a sister universe and man's universe. And quite possibly, but not necessarily, the originating universe disintegrates. And so there are 2 opportunities here to either maintain the neutron field or to dissolve the neutron field. And then we find that there are repercussions that come from that. So what's interesting, of course, is that wherever we go, people don't want to know which country you're from, or which city you're from, or which state you're from. They're going to ask you which planet you're from. And if you answer anything other than that, they will really look at you as a weirdo. And this is the problem. So what we've been trying for 353 weeks in a row with Rick Crammon and the members of the Universal Council is to convey this message of one planet, one nation, one race for justice and world peace, because justice and world peace is the ticket to the universal community, and we are part of that universal community. So why have we been restricted? And part of the restriction comes about because of the way we've interpreted the commandments. And it's hard when you're only given 10 commandments to work with, and another 14 commandments are kind of hidden away. And so that's kind of a revelation. And how old were you when you got this revelation? So for me, it was when I was 40 years old. And the problem is that for 40 years, I believed in what I heard, what I read, and what I was told. And the question that we had to ask is, why do we believe it so fervently? And so there's two things that we have to understand. First of all, most of us are not scientists. I certainly wasn't. And so to understand that there's a plasma highway is a novel concept. And to understand that we're on the transmission highway, which involves frequency, we didn't really understand the significance of that. And to us, I mean, that's the only highway that really mattered, isn't it? And then through our teachings, we find there's a transition highway. And in that transition highway, it gives us an opportunity to go in two directions, either to elevate to the transportation highway or to come back down to the transmission highway. And so we're discussing how we can get to the transmutation highway. What exactly does that mean? And we always have to keep an eye on what is the practical application for this, because, as I said, we're not all scientists. And so what does it mean exactly, and how does it affect our lives? Well, we're starting to find out that it's really affecting our lives, because we go through life without asking the important questions, because all we're given is a pie chart of prejudice. And that pie chart is not necessarily an apple pie chart. It's a specific pie chart which talks about the speed of light and its limits in terms of transmission. But the speed of light has a variable transition. So if there's a variable transition but a limited transmission, then where is the disconnect? So there has to be some kind of disconnect from the source. And these are questions we never want to ask, because what we're told is that the universe is light years away. So the real question a lot of us ask is, can we have another piece, right? We've got our piece, but we're not satisfied with that piece, so can we have another piece? Okay. And how many pieces are there in the pie? Well, it all depends on how you slice it, isn't it? But how about maybe we have another pie? And so we have to consider these things, because we now have choices. And in order to make choices, we have to have a relationship, because we have to know what is better or what is worse. And in order to know that, we have to make a comparison. And so what we found through these particular classes that I have been conducting is we find that understanding the difference between transition, transmission, and transmutation alone is not enough. We have to take a relationship into consideration. And so we find that in terms of the transmission, we have a relationship between the X, Y, and Z axis. And in order to elevate to the transition dimension, we have to take all three dimensions. And then we may get to the transmutation dimension, or we may get to an in-between session. And all three dimensions have to go. But do they all have to go at the same time? Since we look at the number of people that we have on this planet, we see the variety. Well, how do we get this incredibly large number of differences which contribute to the variety with only a few choices? In fact, we have a limited number of choices, and those limited number of choices have to do with the basic dimensions of transmission, transition, and transmutation, and the causality of changing these dimensions, whatever dimensions that you want to consider within your relationship. So we have to understand that these are different energy levels. And so if they are different energy levels, then our knowledge is limited to understanding these energy levels. And so our knowledge is not really what we know. Our knowledge is what we're limited to. And so a new vista is opened up for us. We see that there's a field density, a field tensity, a field mass, a field mag-rav relationship. And these are all within energy dimensions. But there's an in-between. There's interdimensional energy relationships. So in other words, we don't have to be all in on the one relationship. And so we see that in our Earth space. But there is something that is common. And this is the point, and primarily the point of today's class. Because we've been talking about surface to volume ratios, and the reason for that is because we talk about the surface of the sphere and compare it to the volume of the sphere. And so we look at the surface of the sphere and we see that it's pi r squared, but the volume of the sphere is pi r cubed. And that's what we're talking about today, is the cube. So we have been used to these feeding dimensions where we do the 1 and 1. And what do we get? We get another feedback dimension. Except that the 1 and 1 is still there. So if the 1 and 1 are continuing, and they're continuing to feed, they will continue to feed with respect to the feedback dimension. And so that's a second meaning of the word respect, because one of the reasons that we're stuck in our paradigm is because the respect that we have of our educators and our professors and of the science. Because who are we to question? We are not scientists. But if we learn how to apply this to our basic life, we will actually find that we will have an improvement in the quality of our life, because it will affect our personal life, it'll affect our family life, and our relationships with our children, our neighbors, our community, etc., etc., etc. Because the rules are the same. We're not part of these feeding dimensions or feedback dimensions. We're the observers. And the reason we need to be the observers is because that's how we learn. And that's how we go through all these different dimensions. So we're not in any of these basic 3 dimensions of what we call the cubic. And so we've been fudging our way along. And unfortunately, this has been where the problem lies, because in our efforts to observe what we don't understand, we kind of gloss over, smear, or apply other adjectives to it, but never fully understand it. And we don't have the time and the energy to understand it unless it becomes part of our job. And so we find that the major part of the population that is able to do that as a job, well, they are in academia. And isn't it interesting that academia is providing some of the worst cases of limitations? So we, as the observer, we are actually a participant in what we observe. And since we don't understand it, we have to fudge it. And when we fudge it, then our observation of the environment is kind of tainted. And so we kind of make the environment to suit our observation, never really understanding the manifestation cause. This becomes very important because when we're looking at the 3 dimensions of the X, Y, and Z axis, we have to understand there's a transfer state and a transition matter. So the transfer state is a dimension, and the transition matter is part of the transition. But if we elevate to a higher level, the same rules apply. And so if we only concern ourselves with a relationship between 2 energy states, again, we're imposing limitations. So these 2 transfer states are in between these dimensions, these energy states. So are there only 3? Or are there sets of 3? And then do we transfer between sets of 3? And do we have to use a complete set of 3 to transition from one set of 3 to another set of 3? Well, what we have to understand is that the rules also can transfer, but the rules are the same. So when we're talking about changing the energy state, we really have to understand the rules. And unfortunately for us, most of us only understand the rules of the physical state. We didn't know that there's a matter state. And we didn't know that the matter state has a duality. 1 is the relationship to the physical state, and 2 is the relationship to the plasma state. So do we have to take that into account if we're only concerned ourselves with the physical state? You could say yes, except that we have another relationship beyond the science of conservation of energy. It's a spiritual science, which discusses the conservation of the spirit and the conservation of the soul. And that relationship is even harder to understand, because we in the physical state need verification and validation, proof of concept. And the solution rests with the plasma science because it adds to the knowledge. It doesn't negate the scientific knowledge and the spiritual knowledge, but it's a representation of how relationships work. And so what we talk about in the plasma science is the magnetical and gravitational balance. And when it is in balance, it's called a maggrav. But is it always in balance? So we see the conservation of susceptibility. So in order for it to be in balance, and in order for it to have a plasmatic duality, and in order for it to be variable, it has to be independent. And since you're a plasmatic being and you are variable, then you have to be independent. Let me restate that. You have to be independent. This is a universal rule. Because otherwise, you would never graduate from the singularity to the duality. And you need the duality to maintain the balance. And so it's not just a duality on one side of the equation to the other side of the equation, but on each side of the equation, you have the plasmagen state dependency. So the mattergen state, which has a duality, is a two-way street of equality. So there's no such thing as more equal than. Equal is equal. And it isn't just an equal of one side to the other side, where you have on each side a balance between the magnetical and gravitational relationships. But it's an equality on the transition side between the magnetical and gravitational force fields. But you have different states, energy states, where we have the atomic state, the nanostate, and the GAN state. And so that gives us kind of 3 points of reference here. Two sides of the equation, two sides of the energy state transition levels, and different states. And so the transfer states, of course, are in between. So they're the in-between dimension states. And so when we are in the basic transmission or transition or transmutation dimension state, there is a basic transfer dimension state that will outline that. And so we can now discuss that in this type of class because we've been making the cups of life for 5 years now, going back to 2019. And it involved the nanocoding process, which involved the monatomic science. Okay, well, even if we didn't understand, there was a practical application because it differentiated between the emotional strength and the physical strength. And so we had 2 cups. And when we put these 2 cups together, they actually acted as 1 cup, a combination cup. Individually, it's an emotional cup and a physical cup, but together they acted as the cup of man. And interestingly enough, when we have the twin cup connections, we find that 1 cup and the other cup are 2 emotional cup configurations. And when they connect to each other, they make a twin cup. The application of the twin cup is different from the application of the cup of man. And there are other differences and other connections and other possibilities, because there are many cups of GANs. And we can see that we can create, for instance, copper GANs, calcium GANs, carbon GANs, zinc GANs, amino acid and water GANs. And now we find that any GANs radiance can be manifest, everything from gold to exotic nuclear materials. And why not? Because all of these ganses are part of the earth. And so everything that we know in our physical state that is part of the earth is in the periodic table of prejudice. And each of these elements are part of the earth space range details. And what is that range? Well, that range is exclusively in the physical state. And that physical state is part of the matter plasma dimension. So the only part that we seem to recognize is the physical state, because we can touch it and see it. But we have to understand that there's a plasmatic state that we cannot touch and cannot see, and it too is part of the matter plasma dimension. So one is the feeding dimension, the plasmatic, and one is the feedback dimension, the physical. And unfortunately, most of us are feedback dominant. And yet, when we look at the principal matter interaction, we find that the universe is full of energy packs, and they're packed in parcels, and they come from all different directions, and they come in all different flavors, and they come in all sorts of different interactions. So we have polar interactions, and we have, for instance, equatorial interactions. And when we're looking at the Earth, we see that it rotates. And so if we look at what we've created from the cups of life, we create the GANs. If we look at the glass from the top, we see that there's a rotating field starting to form in the GANs. And if we look at the carafe on the right, we can see that there's a containment of the glass, but it's transparent. Inside the glass, there's water. Inside the water, there's GANs. And inside the GANs, well, there's a hole. And that hole is also filled with water. Excuse me. So all of these energy states are on Earth. One moment, please. So how is it possible for all of these energy states to be on Earth? So there has to be something that is affecting the susceptibilities for it to be one thing as opposed to another thing. And so we can arrive at the conclusion that something is something. And nothing is nothing. So therefore, something is always something as opposed to being something else. And the reason for it to be something else, well, that's your susceptibility, isn't it? So when we're looking at these rotating fields, and a funny thing happens, there's a hole in the GANs. And so we see that on the left-hand side, this is something that is produced on Earth by a non-scientist at home, where you have a rotating field of GANs and a hole in the GANs. And then on the right-hand side, you see exotic scientific cup with the rotating fields of GANs and a hole in the GANs and more GANs in that hole. And this is done in advanced scientific lab. And here in the side view, you can see how the GANS is pushed up against the side of the glass, and it creates a rotating field. It did that on its own. And then when the water evaporated, look at the beautiful artwork that it created. It's pretty amazing, isn't it? And this was done on Earth. We didn't need a special lab. We didn't need a space center. Because, you see, we're already in a spacecraft. It's called Earth. And Earth has basically a two-way transmission and a two-way transition because it's part of the principal energy flow. And before we can contain that energy, we have to emit what we are. So there's a connection. And what we are is a manifestation of emotion. Because that's the cause of the principal energy flow, isn't it? And so we have to understand that because there's also principal interaction with other bodies, for instance, the sun. And so if we look at the relationship of the sun to the earth, and of course, this is not to scale, and so we have a two-way emission of intention. But there's a gap. And what defines that gap? And so we said that it's a covalent bonding connection that binds that gap. And so always we see points of conflict when energies come together. And that is a normal physical reaction, isn't it? But what we have to understand is that this is an opportunity for conflict resolution. Because as these two energy fields come together, we have an opportunity to create a containment and a point of containment. And that point of containment becomes the point of covalent bonding. And this bonding is very important because it's part of the energy binding that we need. And so all of us are responsible for our self-serving energy binding needs. All of us are individually responsible for our energy binding needs. And so if we steal it from others who are also dependent on those energy binding self-serving needs, we are violating the laws of conservation. Because obviously we're getting energy which we use for binding of our self-serving needs. Why is that not enough? After all, we were born using those techniques. So in order to understand those techniques, we have to understand the basic rule of how the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. A lot of us in our physical state, we use the higher strength to eat the weaker strength. But these binding zones develop a tensity, and within that tensity, that zone has a mass. So the way this is bound within that zone. And so we have to convert that energy to a containment tensity. But where do we contain it? So when we look at the Z-axis spheres, we can contain them in many different places. So really, that susceptibility becomes a part of the conservation of energy. So for instance, we can contain energy within a field. And one of those excellent examples that we have is our body. And we contain our body within our skin. And so our skin becomes our physicality. But when we look at the periodic table of elements on the earth, we refer to other types of bonding, where we go from the atomic to the monatomic to the polyatomic to the energetic and then to the creative. So there are rules, and those rules involve conservation, where we can go from point to point or dimension to dimension, axis to axis, or energy state to energy state, or field to field, or matter to matter, or plasma to plasma. But those are not the only limitations, because when we're looking at the greater oneness, we find that there is so much that can be done. And what we like to refer to in the greater oneness is the mathematical relationship between addition and subtraction, multiplication and division. So when we talk about plasma conservation, we can do other relationships, such as matter to plasma. Matter to plasma we call creation. And plasma to matter, well, it's an unfortunate word, but we call it decay, such as nuclear decay. And as we understand it in our basic science, it takes about 25,000 years to fully decay half a life of radioactive material. I guess the other half would be another 25,000 years. So I wonder which half would decay first. But anyway, so, and then there's also a transition from matter to plasma and then back to matter. And that is part of the transmutation. And so this becomes a very exotic way of plasma conservation. But as we understand containment, when we make a field, we like it kind of square. But today we're talking about a cube. Well, what happens beyond the cube? Well, we got into a bubble. And from a bubble, we can get into a field. But does that field have to be square? And what happens when we go beyond the field? Do we get into the plasma? And what kind of containment is there? But then when we look at all these containments, we have to understand that in the physical state, these uncut elements, which we call atomic elements, they have different energy states as well, such as solid, liquid, or gas, which frankly are different energy states. And yet they're all classified as physical states. But what we have to understand is that they have different containments. So a solid doesn't need a container, but a liquid does. It needs a vessel of some sort. And what about a gas? This is where arguments come in, and you're looking at a glass cup. And you say, well, there's nothing in the glass cup. Discounting the fact that there's no liquid, but that liquid has been supplanted by gas. But that's okay. It's just our perception, isn't it? We'll just fudge that a little bit. So we have a basic problem in the physical science, is the dogged determination to find the unified field theory. And so, as a brief review, that involves 4 forces. Well, what we call the strong nuclear forces and the weak nuclear forces, the electromagnetic forces and gravitational forces. And so we try and understand this, how it works. So there are relationships, and those relationships have been guided by the speed of light, which of course we talked about, it's a relationship between time and distance. And so there are 2 ways that we've relayed that, such as energy equals mass times the speed of light squared. But, we find that the relationship of the speed of light is really energy divided by mass. And then we find that the speed of light involves a relationship between frequency and wavelength. So we could say that the frequency and the wavelength squared is equal to the energy divided by mass. So we all remember the mathematician Dino Kraspedon. And so if we are dealing with a square, we have to understand that a square is in a two-dimensional state. So the difference between a square and a cube, of course, is that the cube is in a three-dimensional state. So the question is, if we take a side view of a two-dimension, that must mean it has no dimension in the side view. And then when we look at that side view, we have to question, well, which side is that side view that we're looking at that has no dimension? Because we can go top to bottom, or we can go left to right, or we can flip it on the diagonal. Whichever way you look at the side view, there's no dimension. Well, if there's no dimension, then the square doesn't even exist, does it? And yet, when we look at the transmission, there's a connection that we call a charge. And so we understand that opposite charges attract. And every time there's a bend, there's a negative charge. So in between the bends, in between the points, there's a positive charge. And so we can then transition because we can make another charge connection going through a different path and coming to the same point. Because if we start at one point and it has a negative charge and we want to go to the other point and it has a negative charge, those 2 points cannot come together. So there has to be a connection in between. It's that connection in between that creates the attraction. But as we said, that's only in 2 dimensions. But when we look at a crystalline structure, we see the crystalline structure is in a cubic containment. Three dimensions. And so when we talked about the containment transition, we go from a crystalline structure, from cubic to spherical, from atomic to monatomic, and this transition is by nanocoding. Okay, so when we look at what Dino Kraspedon says, God is a set of mutually perpendicular lines of force oscillating upon themselves in 3 dimensions. And since we're none of these 3 dimensions, then we become the mathematical residue of those 3 dimensions. And that's not to be disrespectful. It's just to understand that there are multiple fields and there are connections from point to point. And there are grounding connections. So we call these grounding connections the gravitational connections. And so we discussed this before, that when we're looking at a chemical element, and when we talk about hydrogen, although it's called a hydrogen gas, it has a crystalline structure. that crystalline structure is the containment of the hydrogen gas in the physical state. And then when we look at oxygen, it also has a crystalline structure. And the difference between the cubic structure and the hexagonal structure is really just the way the field is rotated. And then these cubic fields come with other variations. So some we call close-packed, some are body-centered, some are face-centered, some are distorted, and some are diamond cubic. But they're all cubic. But there are other crystalline structures. And so when we look at the periodic table of elements, we find that there is a variety. And again, here we are with a difference in variety. And so we can see from this color relationship on this periodic table of elements, we can see where there are similar crystalline structures that come together. These crystalline structures are all part of the physical crystalline structure. And so when we discuss PathLink, we find that the self-serving needs of a binding energy creates a polar vacuum. And the PathLink is a two-way street. So within its self-serving binding, North Pole to the South Pole, but within a combination of two self-serving structures, they can come together and act as one. In other words, we can take the cubics and stack them. So if we look at the connection from point to point, and if we look at the cubic structure and we say that each axis, X, Y, and Z axis, is the same dimension, the moment we stack it, it changes one dimension. And that changes the connection. In other words, the connections have to stretch. Because in the physicality, the connection offers a singular representation. We don't see the individual representation of the two cubics. We see the singular representation of one rectangle, for instance. So now we understand what goes on in the star formation when we maintain these connections and they go in all different directions. And if these star formations are in the physicality and these connections are in the physicality, then they have to be manipulated, stretched, and changed in some way to maintain those points of connections. And the points of connections are determined by the susceptibility, and the susceptibility is determined by the mass, isn't it? And if the mass changes, the energy changes. So when we're looking at the spherical fields, we find that even in our Earth space, we have plasma fields that are overlapping. And we know that because we see the Gans manifestation, and they're all different. And each manifestation is a maggrav. And each maggrav has a covalent bonding. So these magravs in these fields are the registration books of what is registered within that energy state, within that field. And if it's a field of containment, well, it could be a spherical field. It could be an interacting sphere. Or it could be a combination where we have a singular representation of a connection of two. Where do we see that? Well, let's look at a singularity. And if we look at a magnet, in this case, a circular magnet, and we don't know the polarity, and it doesn't really much matter. What does matter is its relationship to another sphere, to another magnet. But if we compare these two, we can see that there's a huge difference in size. So we can look at the big one, and we don't know the polarity, and our observation is in singularity. We can look at the other one, we don't know the polarity, and we can look at that in singularity. But then, if we create a duality, we still don't know the polarity, but what we do know, when we look at the relationship in the duality, that if they're like poles, they repel, regardless of the size of the field. And if they're opposite poles, they attract, regardless of the size of the field. So let's determine that these are like poles. And let's say that this pole is the red pole. I don't know if the red pole is positive or negative. It doesn't matter. What does matter is that these poles are the same because they repel. And so if we were to take other fields, other magnets, and make sure that they are all red poles, they are all red like poles, and they all repel, then the question becomes, what happens if we have a comparison of a pair of magnets with another? And in order to do that, we have to flip one pole. And so if we do that, then we create an attraction where the red pole and the black pole are attracted to each other. And so that acts as one containment, isn't it? But within that one containment, they're opposite poles. And so to see what would be the reaction of the third magnet to the pair, we find that the red poles, being like poles, would repel. Well, what happens if we take that third magnet and we flip it over and it becomes a black pole? Well, we find that the two black poles would repel. So what happens if we create an alignment of opposite poles? Well, we can create a situation where, again, the red pole would be attracted to the pair, and it would be red, black, red. And if we flip the third one around and created a black pole, then the attraction would be red, black, red. Try it. Very interesting experiment. Then, if we want to discover what the polarity is, what we don't see is the sphere. So the question is, if we put a plate on top of the magnet to create a unified field, is there a difference in the polarity? And so we find that if we stack a bunch of magnets who would all have the common polarity, and if one set of magnets was black, we find that they're centered within the core of the larger magnet. And if we flip it around and have the red pole, we find then that's not centered. So there actually is a change in the polarity, even though basically this magnet is in 2 dimensions. So we see the 2 dimensions and forget that the magnet has a thickness, which would be the 3rd dimension, but the extension of the 3rd dimension is a field that we cannot see. And the impact that it has on the stacked magnets is whether or not that stack is going to be centered or not centered. And then if we have the centered polarity is black and the not centered polarity is red, then the only way that we can put the 2 together on the same one is if there's a field attraction going from the center of the core to the periphery of the field. And it isn't dependent on the stacking, it's dependent on the charge. So on the right-hand picture, you can see clearly that the red pole is attracted to the black pole in the large stack and the small stack. And it's well positioned. Why is this significant? Well, because when we're discussing moons and we want to understand the Earth to moon relationship, we say that it's a strong nuclear force. The reason it's a strong nuclear force is because the Earth is pretty big and the moon is pretty big. But this is where we run into a problem. And that is because the Earth is so far away from the moon, it's not that strong. The strong nuclear force is actually a weak nuclear force from our point of view. Because the Earth and the moon are so far away. And guess what? The sun and the Earth is even farther away. And we still call that a strong nuclear force because, well, you know, the sun is a lot bigger than the Earth. So now it's a really strong nuclear force. But, you know, from our point of view, it's still a weak nuclear force, isn't it? Because the sun is so far away and we can't feel it. And so we say that the sun to the moon relationship is a weak nuclear force. And the reason for that is because the moon is a planet of a planet. Because the difference between the sun and a planet is that the planet rotates around the sun. But if there's no sun to rotate around, and it has to rotate around something, and if it rotates around another planet, then it's not a planet, but it's a moon. And so that represents the weak nuclear force. Except if we look at the relationship of repulsion, then we can see that if the large magnet represents the sun and the red stack represents the Earth, what is the position of the moon, which is the single red magnet? And so we find that the distance between the sun and the small red magnet is bigger than the distance between the stacked red magnets and the small red magnet. There's a difference in the repulsion strength. So not only is the moon attracted to the Earth, but it's repelled from the Earth because light poles repel. And so in order to maintain its nearness and proximity to the Earth, it has to rotate around the Earth. Do we understand that? So the moon orbits the Earth. But since the sun is much bigger, then the sun must have an enormously strong gravitational field force. So by that definition, the small red magnet should be sucked into the sun, but it's not. It's repelled by the sun. And in fact, it's repelled more from the sun than it is from the Earth, which accounts for the change in distance. So this spherical containment, and let's call it now, not just a crystalline structure that we see in our atomic structure, but this spherical containment takes us from that physical cubic to a spherical atomic. But the atomic is cubic, so how does it get to be spherical? It has to be monatomic. So now we have a transition by nanocoating. And then it becomes polyatomic. This is a transition by Gans production. And so we have two different spherical fields coming together, and there is a spherical containment between those two fields. So that becomes a field containment. But how do we transition from that field containment? So we can transition by plasma fields. And so that begs another question. What is the containment of the plasma field? And so the point of this discussion is that the rules that maintain the crystalline structure, which are fundamental to the periodic table of elements, which is based on the relationship between the atom, the electron, proton, and neutron, which are within the atomic structure. And they form part of that crystalline structure. And they have these force fields of attraction and repulsion. And they have a similar relationship to what we talked about between the sun, the earth, and the moon. So the size difference between the atomic structure and the planetary structure or the solar system structure is irrelevant to the rules of containment. So the question that we had was, if the speed of light is related to the frequency and the wavelength squared times the mass, where does the increase in energy come from? Because if you change the frequency, you'll change the wavelength, so that remains constant. And if we look at the periodic table of elements, we find that the different atomic structures have different mass. So therefore, the light has to have a mass as well. And if the light has to have the mass, and the mass, according to our mathematics, is constant through all the different energy states, then the soul has to have a mass. And so when we look at the intensity of the light, it follows the rules of the inverse square law, which is to say you double the distance, you have the intensity. Or if you want to double the intensity, you have the distance. Well, in the magnetical rules, they follow the inverse cube law. So if you change the relationship between the intensity and the distance, the difference is cubed, not squared. And so this is why we talk about the surface to volume ratio the same way we talk about the perimeter to the area ratio, because the rules are the same. And since we live in a three-dimensional universe, and we're not part of that three dimensions because we're the observer fudgers, then we have to understand that we can go on this earth into our atomic state, which we understand is a Magravs state between the balance of all the periodic table of elements, and then we can go one step beyond into the monatomic state of the nanostate, and then go into the polyatomic state of the GAN state, into the field state of the plasma state. Well, where are the limitations? Well, because we can go even one step beyond. And since it's a two-way street, then we can't look at the Coulomb barrier as a barrier to the plasma fields. We can only look at it as a barrier of our understanding of the physical science. And if we want to transcend the limitations of the physical science, then we have to go one step beyond in that direction. So this is why in the post-Sanya conference era, we can now see that we can actually produce gold the way the earth produces gold. And so when we talk about the law of conservation, we have to take into account the path link and susceptibility. And what are the factors that determine that? Well, these are the magnetical and gravitational field forces. But the magnetical field forces are part of the attention, and the gravitational field forces are part of the retention. So these forces work together and interact to create an emission of intention. So we have to consider nearness and proximity, which affects the bonding of fields contained within their tensity and their mass, which we call the covalent bonding of forces. And so the registration of those forces represent the wishes of the creator. So our plasma fission is shared with the force fields of the creator. And we can go one step beyond being part of the creation, or one step beyond and being part of the decay, but always we are as part of the Z-axis transmission of elemental susceptibility. And so we see that we have quadrants where we can go from the physical state to the plasmatic state. But in order to balance one side to the other, we can go to the left or the right, and we can go all points in between. So this is part of the transmutation process where the range transition transcends the Z-axis transmutation dimension. So the laws of conservation govern the covalent bonding attributes, and the containment requires a gravitational tensity and mass. But the soul of the man cannot be abandoned. It's all part of the process. And so we have new choices in the post-March 15th era where we can make a new selection process. and to transcend between the bountiful earth space to the transmutation space of outer space, both of which can represent our graceful space of our inner space. And we have the gravitational confirmation of that because it starts with the hydrogen emission spectrum, which is the physical representation of the fingerprint of the hydrogen in color. And that color is specific to hydrogen because regardless of where it is in the universe, regardless of the size of the containment, regardless of how the connections are stretched, the rules are the same, which means the cornerstones of science are part of whether it's nano, pico, GANs, plasma, or the soul cornerstones. All of them are channels for the emission of intention and all follow the same rules, the same transmission spectrum from the non-visible speed of plasmatic rotation to the speed of the visible transmission spectrums. In other words, the transitions spectrum susceptibility include whether it's a superficiality of the surface of physicality or the internal substance of the plasma substrate. It's always a balance between the gravitational and magnetical field forces, and our physicality only takes into account the electromagnetic spectrum of the visible spectrum. And yet we know the non-visible spectrum exists because we see that in the magnets. So the point of containment is of plasmatic interaction, but not only, one step beyond as well. Definitely. So, and there are different points. There are different points that affect the transmutation transition. This is why we have this variety in our space show. But the commonality is the pH of peace, regardless of which layer of emission you're discussing. There are many points on the field strength of the dove. And so we're finding that this variety and independence is being exemplified and worked on in the nutrition and wellness transmutation tests that began in November, will continue through December and January. So won't you join us? And understand that this is just a basic teaching. The new space plasma research has just begun. So join that team as well, because you see, when you look at Saturn's hexagon, which is on the North Pole, and the vortex, which is on the South Pole, oh my God, this is really upsetting the apple cart. Because I have a hexagonal containment in a rotating field. How does that work? We'll have to discuss that. We've been doing 565 weeks in a row discussing in the Knowledge Seekers workshops how to transcend the limitations of the matter state nuclear science and bring together the greater oneness of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. And one of the beacons and pillars of strength has been lost this week to our physical state. I dedicate this presentation to John Blevin. Thank you for your work, John. And may you have peace wherever you travel. And please don't forget us. We need your help. Thank you so much. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science, so welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers learning about the new selection process of the new plasma science. There is a world peace treaty and we need to sign it. And that world doesn't just include the Earth space, it includes the outer space as well. So sign it with a pen and sign it with your soul and sign it with true intention. Because man is the reactor of a three-dimensional transcendent universe. And now we see there are no straight lines through field transmutation. And can we go into outer space without a peace dome? Can we transmute through the dimensions of history? You see, the sphere creation and the rules combining the X, Y, and Z axis dimension are all the same, regardless of the field strength. And so here we are upsetting the apple cart of the cubic physical transmission dimensions. So now we all understand why the plasma science needs to be delivered daily via the peace dome in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. That's the end of the class. Thank you for listening. I hope you enjoyed the trip.
Well, thank you for sharing your understanding with us, Alex. Again, I don't think I'm up to your speed on understanding all these things that you're talking about. But again, the conservation of energy is something that I'm trying to understand as well. So would that be something like instead of walking to the store, I take a bus? Or would it be instead of using my voice verbally, would a zero time communication be a conservation of energy? I think it would, but I'm not exactly sure about this conservation of energy or going to the moon in a rocket or transmuting to the moon. That would be, to me, a conservation of energy. But that's just the way I'm seeing it at this point. But let's open it up to the participants or guests here and see if there's any questions or if anything has been provoked for someone to raise an issue or a clarification. Anyone?
Hello.
Hello, Fo.
Yes, I have a question for Alex.
Hello.
Fo, I'm not sure if Alex can hear you clearly. You sound like you moved away from your mic.
Microphone mute again. So better?
Alex?
Is it better?
It's good. Yes, it's good that you've raised your voice. Yes, carry on, please.
I have a question for Alex. How comes he said that the soul has mass? I think the soul contains energy and maybe it's surrounded by mass, but the soul has no mass. Its soul is like a neutron, so it's balanced. And if there is a balance, there can be no difference between magnetic and gravitational because that is what creates mass.
Could I say something here?
Yes, please.
I thought when Mr. Keshe said that the soul has a weight of some sort, because when they apparently they've measured people that were passing on, and in this process, they noticed that when the soul leaves, the weight on the scale lightens. So that must mean it has some sort of weight. Could that be possible, Fo or Alex?
It's like, let's say you have an atom from hydrogen. It's a proton and an electron. They create a plasma. But if you have an atom from deuterium, there is a neutron extra and the weight becomes more because the gravitational is pulling on the magnetical, and that creates a heavier mass. So it's not that the neutron or the soul is the mass, it's the strength of the inner side of the atom, the proton and the electron, that creates the mass. So it's like a planet. If you have an atmosphere, it's created because there is a difference between the magnetical and the gravitational. That creates here on Earth 1,000 hectopascal.
So this is a brilliant question that you've asked, Fo. What I'd like everybody to notice is that this question that has been brought up is not something that you would bring up in a casual conversation.
No, but like you see, if they give a graphic presentation of a black hole, you always see that the light will go in, light at little mass, but even that goes in because it's balanced by the neutron or the black hole. That means the energy of the mass will go in, but not the mass. The mass is always on the outside of an atom. And a plasma is all that it is. It's like a neutron, a proton, and an electron. And that creates a variance in the mass. That's why helium is heavier than hydrogen. And so helium-3 is lighter than helium-4 because of that neutron. But the neutron itself has no mass. It creates a pressure. How do you say it? It creates a pressure on the Coulomb barrier. So there is no room for the matter state to go anywhere, and that creates mass. I can say it any other way.
Oh, no, you're doing a great job. And it's such a difficult question, which is one of the reasons that even in our teachings, when I'm talking about the regular physics, the pursuit of the unified field theory, they don't understand all of this. So what the Mr. Keshe has done is he's taken the strong and weak nuclear forces and demonstrated that they're one and the same. So when you look at the size differential of the spheres that are involved, the principle of the fields of attraction and repulsion remain the same. And that's what I tried to demonstrate today with a simple demonstration using magnets. So that they are not different fields, and by identifying these fields as being different field forces, and by giving them a position, it's artificial because it doesn't account for those field forces being present. And when we talk about electromagnetical and gravitational field forces, those are relevant, but the way they're described is in physicality only. And so that physicality that we're trying to represent is not only on our planet Earth, but also within our solar system. And then we try to extend that to the elements that we have on the Earth. And where we run into the limit is to understand that the periodic table of elements also transcend different types of containment. And when those containments have a relationship with an environment, as Fo says, then they have a mass. And so in the in-between state, that mass is converted straight to energy. So the relationship between the energy and the mass is of a different relationship than what is described in Einstein's equation. And the fallacy is immediately visible in the fact that it's mc squared. So right off the bat, it should be mc cubed, if anything at all. However, there's no accounting for the difference in energy and no difference in the mass. There's no accounting for the range on the pH table from 1 to 14. It just happens. We don't know why it happens. And so what we try and do is take it in the physical state, and we say, well, if we want it to be acidic, we add more acid to it. And if we want it to be more alkaline, we add more alkalinity to it. And that's how we change the pH. But how did that pH be created in the first place? So to answer Fo's question specifically, we have a duality with respect to the soul, that the soul becomes part of the containment. And so the containment that we have within our head, within our physicality, is within the field that is created by the circulation of the blood. In other words, the blood circulates around the brain. The blood, however, circulates within the body, and yet it follows the same rules. And so therefore, the containment of the soul of the man is restricted to the brain, and the communication from the brain to the body is delegated to the soul of physicality. And so if we understand that the physicality is a relationship between the duality, that is a combination of the soul of the man and the soul of the physicality, so the manifestation of the physicality then has a mass. But that mass, in terms of its environment, is a weight. So then the question, can we take that weight and transfer it to another field? And we can only do that when it's a mass. And so what we've done is we've only looked at the physicality. And so to answer your first question that you asked there, Mark, in terms of conservation of energy, we tend to think of, well, lazy man, how lazy can you be? And so the lazier you are, the more energy you conserve. But that's not what the conservation of energy means. The conservation of energy, the way we look at it, is we take something and something else, and we make something else again. And in that process, we have a product and we have garbage. But when we look at the universe, there is no garbage. When you create something, you also create something else at the same time. And so there is a balance, and this balance is the balance that we call the conservation of energy. And that conservation of energy is in 3 dimensions. And the conservation of the physical is also in 3 dimensions. But the thing is that we can transcend a set of three dimensions from the physical to the matter state to the plasmatic state. And the reason that we can do that is because without that capability, we would not be able to be born. And without answering that question and going through life without answering that question is a tragedy. And the case in point with John Blevin, he figured out how to transmute. And so my point is, if he's figured out how to transmute, maybe he can also come back and visit. I hope I answered your question, Fo.
Fo, with any follow-up or something you'd like to add? Again, we all seem to understand this the way we understand it. And this is exactly what Mr. Keshe is saying. It's not what he says anymore. It's how you take what has been said and understand it the way you understand it, as there's no peer review in this process. We're all at different understandings. So if we were to feed plasmatically versus eating the matter state food or the GANs or what you want to call it, is that a conservation of energy since the fields are already, you just absorb them? There's no need for digestion or anything like that. I would think that's a conservation. And again, maybe I'm oversimplifying the matter.
No, the simplification is very important, Mark, because in order for you to absorb energy, you have to give energy first. Now, if you don't give energy, then you're bound to get fatter. So the balance has to come in the emission and absorption of energy. And that balance is the conservation of energy balance.
Okay, thank you. And not that I'm clear on it, but that's okay for now. Let's see if anyone else wants to bring an idea or an issue or a clarification or a question.
Well, Mark, there's a duality. So, and let's take at face value what Mr. Keshe says in terms of 80-20, where 80% of the energy comes through the cosmic rays. So that means we are gathering energy that way. We are absorbing energy that way. But we're also absorbing energy by way of the food that we eat. So the question becomes, is that normal, or is that specific to Earth only? So if we were to examine the basic rules of plasma exchange of energy and compare it to other environments, we would find that, first of all, the rules are the same, but the way we interpret the rules are different. Where on this planet, we believe that accepting energy through that 20% medium is acceptable, because it is not acceptable with the universal community. So are we exclusive in that? Are there any members of the universal community that have the same faults, failings, and weaknesses that we do? And actually, the answer is yes. And how do we know that? And we know that because there is a limitation, not only in our knowledge, but on the application of that knowledge. So is that limitation the wish of the creator? Is that the limitation part of the wish of your soul? And if you can answer that question truthfully, then you will answer the first question as to whether or not we are part of the universal community, or are we welcome in the universal community, or are we in a prison planet? Back to you, sir.
Well, as Mr. Keshe said, they are eating something in that craft, and they suffer from many of the same conditions that we suffer, and maybe because they're in the matter state in a way. But he did say they suffer from a number of the same conditions. And if they're eating, again, he said eating something, he didn't say what, whether they're absorbing fields or not. But maybe it's an amino acid that they've created that they're consuming. I don't know. But they're eating something. And as I said, they're suffering from very similar conditions that we're suffering from, at least the ones in the craft. Now, maybe other ones that haven't taken on or kept any dimension of physicality are operating a bit differently.
Well, why is it called suffering? If there's a deficiency in terms of the energy that you're getting, if there's a deficiency, then I would say that's a suffering.
Well, this is the way the creation created us, 20% short. And as he said, I think that 40 or 60% is coming from the earth itself. It's not even coming from the universe and the rest. Well, I guess it would be if you want to look at it from the sun to the earth to the inhabitants of the earth. But
Yeah,
we've been purposely, or the creation, the way things came together here, has left us, and maybe it has to do with the wrong streak in the soul that created this planet, to, in a way, as we've heard, to hang on to us, in a way, in this matter state dimension.
Well, have you ever okay, let's pick on children. Have you ever had, a nice clean house and then have the children come over and come back and find the mess? So you created the organization. So did you create the mess by allowing the children to come in? Or is that a product of the fact that the area that you cleaned up is actually supposed to be messed up? So I think what I'm alluding to is the fact that the free will has a play in the matter. You see, the rules of creating the universe are the same rules that the earth was created by. So the fact that we're operating under a different set of rules than what the universe is operating on has to have a reason. And by refusing to ask for that, what the reason is, doesn't make the problem go away. And by not being allowed to ask the cause of the reason, doesn't make the problem go away, and doesn't nullify the impact of that problem. So the reason it's a problem is because it imparts a limitation, not only on our knowledge, not only on our access to the universal community, but it limits our ability to achieve peace and prosperity on this planet which begs the question, why does this planet suffer this lack of peace and prosperity? Is it the way it's been designed? Or is it the way it's being used? Back to you.
Right. Again, it's there was a wrong streak in the soul that created this planet, and that's what he's trying to prevent from the same thing carrying on in other solar systems and other creations. Is that to understand it before we go there? Although I guess there'll be some correction to be done as well.
Okay, well, I just have one opposition to your answer there.
Go right ahead.
I believe that the soul of the earth believes it is in heaven. So the soul of the creator of this earth didn't create the deficiency. Didn't, and if that being the case, then the soul of that creator didn't, the soul of the creator who, shall we say, gravitated towards the deficiency was not the creator of the planet. But I would say the conqueror of the planet. Or another word could be the colonizer.
Thank you. Randy, is there a point?
So we're talking about that the soul has any weight.
Come in a little closer, please, Randy.
So we're talking about when the soul leaves the body, if it has any weight. Has anyone ever just what happens to the consciousness of that soul? Does it go with the soul? Where does that go? And how do we weigh that?
The consciousness from that soul expands, so it can expand the whole universe. That's why I say the soul or the black hole has no mass in it. It has emotion. You know how in the universe the black holes are created. Mr. Keshe explains it that if two similar forces come together, it can create a black hole. When there is a difference, the stronger beats the weaker, that creates the matter state. Not the matter state with big M, but let's say physical matter, the lower state. That is energy. So energy, like in hydrogen, is always because a proton is attracted by electron. How do I say that? It's a proton expands and other receives. That's why it's called an electron. But an electron has the same forces. It all depends on three matters: principal matter, transitional matter, and matter. And in between, there's the energy, like electricity, like, how do you say, light. It's all coming down from the field force energy, the strength of that field. So a soul, it only contains fields, nothing more. In a way, when it expands and it is blocked by another entity, that entity or the soul depends on which is the stronger, gives away his energy to balance out. That's why the creator is existing. And he creates, if there's a difference, and he creates the difference itself, but when there's a difference, he gives. So that is because we are from a lower matter field. And that's why also, depending on where you are, but let's say the Earth, if you are patient enough and you have time enough, the Earth will go back into the sun. Because it attracts by the sun gives it energy, the energy will be balanced in one way or another, so the neutron is the same as in the field from the sun. And the neutron is, in fact, a soul of a matter. And it's only, how do you say that, the physical matter, the lower matter, will be stripped away, not the soul energy of the matter. The soul field is the same. The soul field has the same strength. That's why now the sun gives energy to the earth will grow, but also because there's a surrounding field, it will in a way be, by the gravitational force of the center of the earth, it will be more compact. So the mass will be bigger at some time in the future. But that means there are more neutrons, so that's equal to the soul of, or a part of the soul of the sun. And so you can do it with the universe, and you can do it with people, and you can do, but it all depends on magnetical field force, and that don't have weight. Just like emotions, an emotion don't have weight. The result can be that an emotion creates energy and it becomes weight, but that's different. That's why I couldn't explain the soul has mass. The soul doesn't have mass. The soul of the sun don't have mass. It has fields and certain field strength. So that's why we are bound to the earth. But when you expand your soul, you can go anywhere in the universe. Because the expansion of your soul doesn't create mass. Only when it's confronted with an other entity. May it be a field of a magnetic field, or a moon, or just where it wants to go.
For those of you who didn't hear, what Fo said was the expansion of the soul doesn't increase the mass.
No, not the soul of the sun. When it goes out, the field creates friction with the environment. That friction creates the light. So just like the sunlight on the earth is of the level of the nitrogen. When the nitrogen comes down in the field force, it creates carbon. And that's part of what the soul does. It creates carbon, and carbon can be, by its environment, can create carbon-14. So on Earth we have water. So H2. The nitrogen is always coming from the sun and maybe other solar fields. And that feeds the Earth its physicality because that contains a field strength reduction that contains mass. So because there's a difference between what it is and what it will be, that creates a layer. And if it's more like, you go from plasma to gas to liquid to crystallization, and all the other force, all the other elements. So what does plasma contain? Mostly rays. Can be gamma ray, can be beta, alpha, or whatever. Just what they give it the name. But in the end, it's between the magnetical force and the gravitational force. And the gravitational force is so, like, if we say it in hydrogen, the electron is on the outside of the atom. Why? Because it can pick up energies from outside the atom, and it picks up energy of a proton. But there must be equal forces in the proton and electron, the magnetical force, to keep its distance. When a hydrogen atom is diluted, it will, in a way, be depleted from its atmosphere, and then it turns back to fields. That's what in our body also happens. It turns back to fields. That's what in the calcium, the inner structure of the bones, there are hollow spaces, because the spaces contain the field of a certain element. That's why in many medications with cancer, and like a steroid opens the calcium and the energy comes out. But that has, in some cases, has an advantage, but in most cases, on the long run, it will disable people. Did you understand it all?
I wish you were a little bit clearer, not on your words, but on the transmission, because it's very, for me, I don't know for anyone else, it's very scratchy, and I think you have a lot to add to the knowledge and your understanding of how this all works. But I couldn't hear you clearly.
Oh, it's very.
Yeah. Other times he's been much clearer. I don't know if there's a speaker issue, a wire, a headphone issue, something. It's not the same.
I think it's the internet.
Yeah, right.
But let's not let that detract from the message. The message was phenomenal.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I hope I didn't confuse too much.
Thank you, Paul.
Okay, we want to leave about 15 minutes for Ode to John Bliven. Again, an ode is just a poem that is meant to be sung. Ed's put some music in the background, and then we'll play the final disclaimer. But let's see if there's any other issues or questions or comments. Nice to see you here, Joseph, as well, and Jefferson. Nikolai, are you still traveling? Or have you landed? I know Selena was here. She probably wanted. Oh, Lisbeth has a mic open. Go right ahead, please.
Hello, hello. Thank you for all you all at the back, everybody, for work with the Keshe family. Only say thank you, the Keshe family for all, and it's not better time for us because John on the side go, but maybe as one soul we unify with the John Wells, with the Victor Vicente, with the door, with the doctor, I forgot the name, and many other knowledge seekers going first and be part of that totality and be part of that soul of the peace. And of course, continue working with us. I apologize for the North American team because I sense a different at that moment when the Mr. K told us about the going to the John. It's not better time, but it's better time. It's the time. It's the time for continue working as one. Thank you so much. And thank you, John. Maybe listen us. I think it's listen.
Mm-hmm.
Listen.
I think that's a good idea. And when I play this ode to John Bliven, let's give to all those who have passed, even if we don't know their names, the soul is familiar. So while we play this 14-minute clip, let's just give from our souls and allow them to take what they need on their journey. Any sort of energies or anything, the soul's like that, to be thought of and to be given to in a way. And they may need some of that energy. So when I play the final, before the final disclaimer, where you're listening to Mr. Keshe speak about John, let's just, and also John Wells and Dor, as Elizabeth said, and Sandor, Neil, many people who have moved or passed. Let's just, Fabio and the rest, let's just give from our energies or our emotions in a way to those souls and allow them to take whatever they need.
Thank you, everyone, for allowing me to continue to present in this series. And I support everything that you just said. Let's give from our souls so that they can carry on with the strength that they need.
Mm-hmm. Okay, anyone else before we close? And of course, we have the three wise men, which all the Christians have missed, including myself, which is the understanding of thinking good, speaking good, and acting good. This is something you can, again, practice with yourself and with others. And of course, we also have this other slide that we like to show. And this is the one of being proud of the work you do and to be proud of the person you are and to be proud of the difference you're making, because even though we haven't seen a great difference on this planet up to this point, all the fields and the energies are coming together to manifest that change, and we're all part of it. So be proud of the work you do. Be proud that you've been touched by this knowledge of the Keshe Foundation, and be proud that you'll be spreading it to others, not only here on this planet, but probably across the universe. As Mr. Keshe said, he hopes John finds his place of balance and that he's able to elevate the others. And I think that's what it's all about. It's all a process of elevation, I think, and growing. Anyone else have something they'd like to say before I play the ode to John Bliven and the final disclaimer?
To invite the participate and next session, one planning, one nation, one race. And all the time, of course, invite for unified youth souls for be part of the soul of the peace. Thank you so much.
Okay, again, thank you all for being here. Alex, thank you for your presentation. Fo, for your contributions. Ike, for your questions. Gail, for your questions as well. And everyone else that operated on the silent line of communication. There's no problem there. Thank you, Elizabeth. You don't always have to open your mic, as Mr. Keshe said. A lot of times, a lot of this work is going on the soul level or on the energy level. So thank you all for being here, and thank you all for being part of the change, which I think, again, 2025 is going to be even more exciting than 2024 has been. But of course, 2024 is not over yet. So let's see what it brings. But continue to wish for peace, continue to give to the world leaders and religious leaders. As Mr. Keshe said, we have to have governments involved in this process. Otherwise, it won't be seen through. So this is where he said in the last teaching, or one of the world leaders actually said, Mr. Keshe is not, he's a diplomat now. He's not operating as a scientist. So he's been working in the lab, running experiments and tests, developing the technology at the same time, trying to meet with many people to arrange everything in its proper position so we can go to the next step, as we like to say. Thank you all. Have an amazing rest of your day, and make sure I am sharing this properly. And thank you, John, for your time, for your help, and for your service to all communities.
Today.
And thank you, Ed, for putting this video together. Thank you.
I have to inform you as knowledge seekers that in past few minutes, we have been informed and confirmed that one of our beloved knowledge seekers, John Blevin, passed away. He's been one of the solid supporters of the Keshe Foundation. Met him about 10 years ago when he attended as a student in the first group of knowledge seekers in south of Italy with us in training. Sitting in the corner, introducing himself, not knowing that he was a man from the space technology and American structure, not knowing he was geared up with the space programs before, very humble. He sat in the back and next like everybody else, and he listened. And he was supposed to be there for 2 or 3 days. He said, no, I want to stay for the rest of the session, which was a 3-month session. And then on, it became the rest of what we all know. He became part of the Keshe Foundation, and he's the CEO of the Mark Ray, and many, many other things. He devoted his life to the foundation, and he worked relentlessly to open the frontiers of space. And he always said to me, this is the only way we're going to go to space. He came from a background of working as an engineer in the space technology in the United States for 20, 30 years. Many tests we done with him, many work we did with him, never came out, will never come out. It's highly classified for our work. And he was the man who set everything up to see it through. A lot of knowledge was shared with him, and there was no limitation in sharing knowledge with John. He was part of the inner structure, and even to the last months he still did a lot of trials, a lot of things. This is one of the last pictures I have of him, where he could transmute. He is the first person ever transmuted in Keshe Foundation. The very first time I asked him, John, I think we are ready to go. He said, I have to be the first one. I have to test. We sent him the system to Arizona, and we're still in the basement of the what we call Linz Exhibition Center. I said to him, I'll walk around, you tell me, what do you see? He came to Linz twice, so he knew the environment. He said, you walk around and I'll tell you where you are. Even when he came to Linz, we used to have a back room in the office where I set up systems for him because we did a lot of tests. He never knew where I was in the building. He tells me where I'm touching, what I see, what's in front of me. And as I walked, he could tell me I'm standing by which system and how he feels about it. I did this with John 2 or 3 times. He said, I'm with you, but I can't physically manifest myself. There is something I cannot do. I can't go through to the transmission, to transfer, to transmute. But it was amazing how he could give me detailed information of which room, which machine, which area I was in, and nothing is spoken. And even the scenery of the exhibition center, in the last conversation with him was changed, so it wasn't there that he knew the picture. He worked relentlessly with us. He helped us relentlessly in running the operation of the Keshe Foundation, especially in America and with Margaret. It's a great loss to us and to the foundation and to the knowledge seekers. He was there to see the change. He was a visionary, and everything must go. And as you remember, many videos we used to have of him live years ago. He set up the first plasma field environment. He measured the fields outside the buildings of the test labs. He did everything. And he was like a father to everyone in the Keshe Foundation whenever they needed him. It'll take us a long time to recover from this loss. He became a friend, he became a consul, he became an advisor in operation of the Keshe Foundation in international levels. And there was not a day, more or less, on a regular basis, where I will not talk with him, expanding the testing, everything possible. He said, I have the opportunity to give the dimension to. And when I explained to him the first time that we have achieved left in a different way, he said, I knew you know how to do it. He understood the science of space technology. And I'm sure where he is, his soul has found the dimension and direction of his way to support the human race in his own way. I hope he finds his peaceful place where he can expand and elevate. In this picture, what you see, he was sending me. Later on, there is a seat where he sat in the chair, and he says, I cannot see myself. I cannot feel my legs. I'm not here, but I know I'm here. And everything for him was an adventure to bring him forward in space travel. He could not stay silent. He was full of joy. He was like a teenager, finding new toy to do things. I wish, and I give from myself, for his to find his best place in the universe, the creation of the Creator, that can help the others to live. We usually give a minute of silence for those of us who, with him, there was no silence. And this today teaching is very much in the line of where it could be. I hope we all remember him with joy. And the videos we used to see him, and the way he used to jump between the backgrounds.
So yes, I've been involved with the Keshe Foundation now for going on 8 years. I think I've listened to every single workshop since the time everything started. I'm a spiritual adventurer who tends to follow the path of my soul, and my soul has led me to this place where I'm at today, which is an integral part of the Keshe Foundation and the work of the foundation. About 10 years ago, I realized that society as a whole was in trouble, and the way things were going is we needed solutions that brought us from a state of, I'll call it disharmony, to where we need to go, which is a state of harmony. But what I was really looking for was solutions that could bring technological solutions that could bring society forward in a positive way. I originally, when the foundation started to get into the manufacturing side, I set up Keshe Manufacturing Arizona. From there, we went to where the technology is really moving, which is in the space area. And I opened up the Wellness Center as a starting point for space technology. I follow my heart a lot of times, all of the time, and I listen with my heart. You can tell when people are true to their words, that the information they're getting is true versus it's not factual. And my heart told me over and over again that this was part of the new paradigm shift, that I was walking amongst the answers that I had been seeking for a long, long time, solutions. And Mr. Keshe, his technology had solutions. And ethos, the peaceful motive behind it, everything fell into place. I'm still with Keshe Technologies today. I've always said, and I've told this to others, that the Keshe Technologies are part of a piece of the new paradigm shift. We know that the direction that we're going right now is unsustainable. We know that new energies are coming upon this planet, and we know that we need solutions that are not the old solutions. We've always known that the extraterrestrials are real, and that the universe is bigger, much bigger than we've been told, and that our time for interacting with these civilizations was at hand, and that we just needed to prepare ourselves so that we could take that next step. And this is what the technologies of Keshe are doing for many people, and getting us prepared. Is KAKT Spaceship, Arizona. We're operating as a wellness center. We're going to have 12 of the universal body enhancement units entering our facility. We also have 2 of the vertical units coming in, which will help us with some interactions with the universal body enhancement systems. Those 2 will contain technology never before seen. Ultimately, our facility will become a spaceship center. We hope that organizations like Space Force and NASA will join hands with us, with other countries, to bring a new way of space travel, much different from what has transpired in the past.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.